2,000 pounds of stuff we grew.
Yes, can you please unmute your microphone?
Wednesdays when
The
we
time is now 5:30
bring it there and they wait on.
and we're ready to begin.
To volunteer and he did about 2 years almost.
We'd like to call the meeting to order
That's
and we'd like to call the meeting to order and we'll start with a roll call.
Director Danziger,
Here.
Director Jex,
here.
Director Jorgens, Director Romer,
Present.
President Hassler.
Here. Would you now join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will open with public comment.
And so public comments open for the closed session items, and we do not have any attendees. We've not received any written public comment.
So then we close the session and adjourn.
Correct. We'll now adjourn into closed session and the time is 5:31.
A whole minute.
So it's 3 weeks and I know in a week.
Yeah, I'm flying to LAX because my daughter will be there to then
Thank you.
drive up and then moving truck showing up. San Francisco. That's good. And the other daughters, that's when they do looking at fine up in Marine.
And the time is 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Would like to call the meeting to order and reconvening from the closed session, and we'll start with a roll call.
Director Danziger.
Here.
Director Jex.
Here.
Director Jorgens.
Here.
Director Romer.
Here.
President Hassler.
Here. There's nothing to report from the closed session, so we'll move on to the public hearing.
So item 6.1 is appeal hearing on administrative citation 24-3519-001, 61 La Capana in Orinda. We will begin first with board members to disclose any ex parte communications. Hearing none.
None.
And then we will go ahead and start with the staff report.
Sorry about that. Good evening, directors. On April 22nd, 2025, administrative citation was issued to the property of 61 La Campana Road. Violation of California Fire Code Section 503.6, security gates. Staff came across a gate across a fire apparatus access road that did not have the standardized key, what is commonly referred to as a Knox key that the district uses. A pre-citation citation notice was issued. We tried to contact the property owner to discuss the issue with them and explain the process. So the fire code defines a fire apparatus access road as any road or anything that the fire engine or emergency vehicle is going to travel from the fire station to the emergency incident. And that covers everything, road, private road, public road, street, alley. It's designed to be used by the fire equipment. If you're going to obstruct a fire apparatus access road, the fire code does allow that. Has to be approved by the fire code official. So the gate requires plans to be submitted. And those plans require approval of the fire department or the fire district with the emergency opening or the access component to the fire district. We have no record of plans ever being submitted to the fire district, and it could have happened prior to our, software systems and our records. What we do encounter a lot of times is building that happened without the resident knowing they had to go to the fire department. So that could be the case here, or it could have been approved and we just don't have any record of that. So the citation in question is to one, the violation of obstructing a fire apparatus access road, and two, not providing an approved opening system, emergency opening system by the fire code official.
We will now take board questions for staff.
May I ask questions?
Yes.
This is Director Romer. Chief, if you could help me understand, should there be an emergency at the appellant's home, whether that be a medical emergency inside the home or a fire inside the home, is it correct to say that if you don't have an ability to open that gate, that it cuts down either full access or the timeliness of an ambulance or a fire engine's response?
That is correct, sir. It would delay our response to the emergency.
So I have another question. So has the fire code changed on this in the last, 15 years?
There have been changes, sir. In the 2020 code, on suggestion, I believe it might have been the city of Orinda, we added some language to help clarify what a fire apparatus access road is, but the definition of fire apparatus access road has been in the fire code all the way back to the mid nineties. The fire marshal and I researched that, and that has been there. The access point has also been in the fire code as far back as we can find it. We're required to approve that obstruction of the fire apparatus access road and the means to overcome that.
So the issue that we're having with this gate that's there is that it doesn't, not that we are so worried about the fact that it was designed properly, it's that it doesn't have a key, the Knox key.
It doesn't have an approved key. That's correct, sir.
I have a follow-up question. Are there two mechanisms for allowing the fire department emergency access? Is there something called a Knox override, or is it a lockbox key like you see on a home that's for sale and the realtors can access it? Or are we talking about one, is the Knox the key, and how much does that cost in terms of labor and materials to do a subsequent retrofit that allows the fire department to respond to a fire or a medical emergency by accessing that gate?
So, sir, the standard in the nation in California is Knox box. Knox is the name of the company, and they provide a key to each individual fire department that signs up through them. So Moraga-Orinda Fire District has a special key specifically designed for us. So when a property owner goes to Knox, and their website has numerous products, but we pick the products that we authorize in our fire district. So one is a Knox box that you will see on commercial buildings. You'll see by the door, it's red, it says Knox. Our key fits in there. In that box is keys to all the rooms in the facility. And that's also required the fire code. The override switch is the proper term for a gate. So you can do two things. You could put that Knox there with a key. We've allowed that modification at times to the fire code. Or you put the override switch in where we use the key. It opens the gate. We can lock the gate open, or we can just put it in normal operation.
Does either one involve hiring an electrician to rewire the system?
That I do not know, sir. And your last question, sir, was cost. When I looked this afternoon, the Knox override switch was $175.
Director Danziger.
One of the issues here is, and you mentioned something when you did your presentation, one of the issues is that the property owner is saying that this driveway does not meet the specs of a fire apparatus access road. So I want to get clear, is any driveway, if I decided to put a gate up on my driveway, is that a fire access road as well? Just any driveway?
Yes, sir. Anything the fire engine or emergency vehicle, ambulance, law enforcement vehicle is going to travel from their fire station, police station to the scene of the emergency is considered a fire apparatus access road.
So even if, I'm just asking this question, even if my particular driveway, let's say, is maybe only 10 feet wide, that would still be a fire,
It would still be a fire apparatus access.
even though you couldn't drive a rig up there, but you could, personnel would have to go up there and gurneys and,
Yes, sir.
okay, good.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
So if there is the first thing you described, the Knox box that has, it's like he was describing the real estate box, it's a separate thing that doesn't have access to an override switch necessarily, but it has access to, because I understand there is already a different key that's maybe different brand, different whatever, that actually opens the gate. So is it sufficient to have the real estate kind of lock thing that has the Knox key, and inside of that is the key to that particular gate? Is that sufficient or not?
That would be a modification we would accept, sir. We've done that at other places in the district.
Okay.
As long as it's not slowing down the emergency response, which I don't see where that would, we would allow that modification.
We don't do very many of these hearings, and it may be the first one that I've done since I was elected to the board, but I'm assuming at some point, I have read the letter that was submitted by the appellant. In fact, I read it carefully twice. But we do have the opportunity to take a presentation from the appellant and ask the appellant questions.
Yeah, it's
In a minute.
on the
Yeah.
list.
Who's on? He's on remote.
No, it's on this list. It's on
He's
the.
on the
so-
list.
yeah,
Okay,
it's
so
not time
that's
yet.
going to
It's not
come,
time
so
yet.
we will be able to do that. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Do we know in the district how many Knox boxes are there? I mean, just to give us an idea.
I don't,
Is it,
No.
I mean, is it common? Is this like, how,
Or the.
I-
give us an idea. Are there hundreds or there's like 5?
no, there's probably thousands, sir. All our
Thousands.
commercial buildings have them. Any gates that have been installed, they're supposed to have the override switch. But like I said, we do come across properties where the property owner didn't know they were supposed to submit, or they chose not to, whatever the case may be. And they didn't build the code.
I think I saw 5 other violations on today's report. As a matter of fact, that was one of, that was one of the failures, that there were other people that had the same problem. Or a similar problem, at least.
But the Knox, sorry, just going back, as far as you can tell, the Knox requirement has been in effect since the 90s.
Yes, sir. Since the district was formed, when we went back to the mid-90s and the fire code.
And then just going back one other, the definition of fire access could be a driveway, it could be a road. It doesn't
Yes, sir.
matter what it is. Could you just give us the definition?
See if I have that, sir. Fire apparatus access road, a road that provides fire apparatus access from a fire station to a facility, building, or portion thereof. This is a general term that includes but is not limited to a fire lane, public street, public right-of-way, private street, driveway, parking lot lane, and access road.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions
done.
from the board?
Yep.
We will go ahead and then open up the public portion of the hearing and invite the appellant to come up and do a presentation to the board. And the presentation does have a time limit of 10 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Fuchs. I'm one of the owners of 61 La Campana Road. I did write that letter. So I agree that the definition of fire apparatus access road is what he stated. However, there are a number of requirements of fire apparatus access roads also in the fire code. One of them is 503.1.1. It says that the fire apparatus access road extends to within 150 feet of the building. So in other words, the fire apparatus access road can stop as long as the building is within 150 feet of that road. My house is within 150 feet of the road. If it's not within 150 feet of the road, a turnaround is required. My house has no turnaround that would be required if it was a fire apparatus access road. Fire apparatus access roads must not be obstructed in any manner, including the parking of vehicles. That's Fire Code 503.4. This is my driveway. It is designed and intended for the parking of vehicles. The Code of Regulations also says that the right-of-way shall be unobstructed and maintained only as access to the public street. Again, it's my driveway. We all park cars on it. It's designed to be obstructed by vehicles. Fire apparatus access roads cannot be any less than 20 feet wide. I think Orinda even makes it wider. It's 25 or 28 feet. I measured personally yesterday the width of my driveway. At the point of the gate, it's 11 feet. At the narrowest portion, it's 9 feet. Again, 20 feet is required for a fire apparatus access road. There's other various requirements that they're supposed to support the loads of fire apparatus. I think in Orinda, it's 74,000 pounds. There are requirements for grades, angles of approach, departure. I can tell you, I've had pickup trucks that would not go up my driveway. The moving van would not go up my driveway. You're not getting a fire truck up my driveway. Sure, go ahead.
You said your name is Kevin.
Yes,
The pronunciation of your last name?
Fuchs.
Fuchs. Okay. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm a retired attorney and prosecutor, so I've tried a whole bunch of cases. I know what the law of evidence is.
Very good.
And I've read your letter about 2 or 3 times. So for me, it's not, you're saying the same things that are in your letter, but I have some questions. And some of them may not sound like the kind of questions that a judge or even an attorney would ask, but you personally live in the home, right?
Yes,
And is it your parents who live there too, or is anybody else in the home?
my wife and 2 kids,
Your wife and 2 kids. How old are your kids?
11 and 6.
Okay. So again, sometimes it's really important just to cut through all the legal stuff to get to the heart of the matter, which is if I were in your shoes and living in that house, now, I haven't had the opportunity to go out and look at it. Maybe I'd like to, maybe it would be a benefit to me. But my general impression is if I lived in that house, or my wife or my kids or my mother and my father or anybody else, I would be bending over backwards to get that installed yesterday because it's in your interest to do it. Even if it only allows the fire truck to get there 30 seconds quicker or the ambulance 30 seconds quicker, even if they can't make it all the way up the driveway. The quicker that they can open that gate and the quicker that they can put out the fire or get your family member to an emergency room, why in heaven's name aren't you getting this done, particularly if it's a $175 fix?
We are talking about 2 very different things, that's why. 503.6 does not require a Knox box. There's nothing in there that requires a Knox box. This is about the gate, not about the Knox box. If I was cited for a violation of the Knox box, we wouldn't be having this discussion. But that's not what I was cited for. I was cited for.
How do they get in there without having?
There's a fire.
Let's let him, he has 10 minutes to
Okay.
talk and then.
All right, all right, yeah,
think
I
it's-
apologize.
Yeah.
It was,
That's the next thing on the agenda.
Yeah, the next thing is our
Okay.
question.
I'm happy to answer your question. There is a fire switch on the box now with a key. It's old. I mean, I'm not going to make anything about it. I thought that the fire department had access to it using that switch. It's red, it's bright, it's what you would expect a fire switch to be. So I all along thought that they did have access. I have the Knox box. I ordered it. I'm waiting to put it on. Again, that's not what I was cited for though. And I will state also that you asked about, there was a question about when this gate was put up there. I bought the property in 2017. It was already there. According to the disclosures from the previous owners and neighbors who have lived there, it's been there 20 years before I bought the property. Okay, 503.6, the section that I was cited for, did not become effective until the fire code in 2019. So I had this gate. It was compliant all along. There was never any issues with it. All of a sudden, we come up in 2019 with a section that applies to fire apparatus access roads, which we can debate about whether or not my driveway is, but even assuming for the sake of argument that it is, that section does not apply retroactively. The gate was compliant when it was put in. It's got the firebox on there. And so I haven't done anything to it. And so I'm asked now to submit plans and specifications for something that was built by God knows who, how many years ago. It's not something that you can go to Home Depot and buy. I mean, I can't get plans and specifications for it.
Go ahead.
Oh. I believe that's all I have.
No questions.
Can I ask a question of the chief at the same time, or do we only have to, so chief, I just want to understand what the citation was, because I thought I read this stuff. So there are two issues. One is the lack of a key knockbox, whatever, and the other one is that that the district, and if I had to guess, the district probably doesn't have, if we look back at records and we don't have records, I'm going to guess there are lots of gates in town that we don't have records for, and lots of buildings we don't have records for because they got built 100 years ago. So do we really need to have the plans, or we just need the lockbox or the knockbox?
Well, so the code calls for the plans, and that prevents us from being here in a few years. If as-built plans are submitted to the district, the plan wasn't to charge a submittal fee. It was just for a matter of the record that we have plans. We would approve the plans as built and require, as the code says, the security gate and the emergency operation shall be maintained at all times. So we would, with the approval of the plans, that's where we get to the emergency operation of the gate.
But I guess to
What end?
yeah, I guess it's not obvious to me that we, do we have plans for every other gate in town?
Yeah, so there's plenty of gates that were built where individuals did not submit to us.
But even if we did, maybe we didn't have the records, because I think we just said that before we went electronic, we might not have the records. So they might have the it isn't up. I'm not sure it's up to the owner to keep, especially when it's a new owner, to keep the records of something that maybe we didn't keep. So I don't know. Just that part of it seems a little iffy to me. The needing the lockbox key seems pretty straightforward and easy. Again, I don't want to undermine you as the chief, but I'm not, if you walk up and you turn the key, if he does install the right thing and you turn the key and the gate opens, why do we need to have a copy of the plans?
We would be happy to make that modification, sir.
And by making the modification, so you do want something on file that constitutes plans. Is that a one paragraph description of what? And what would be what's the easiest way to solve this problem, assuming that the appellant really wants to, it sounds like he wants to make access to his home, right?
I thought they had it. I'm happy to.
I thought they had it, and you're willing to cooperate with them to provide the Knox box.
I have it. I'm ready to.
You have it?
I have it.
You install it, or does the fire department need to oversee installation of the Knox box? And would the plans constitute? I mean, you wrote a great legal letter. You could probably write a half a page letter that constitutes plans too, right? I mean,
Well, does the knockbox come with the thing you bought come with plans? Does it come with installation instructions?
No, that's actually one of my questions. It's just literally a box that they open and it has room for a key.
Okay.
So what key am I supposed to put in there? I mean, am I supposed to put like
the key to your gate? The department sent somebody out. We do not have a key to that gate. So you place a key in there that is the key that will open the gate. And they have access because they have the key to the box.
That your key is in.
Right.
But I would just also point out one other thing. So there was a pre-citation here issued in November of 2024. And now we are in, I think it's June. Admittedly, I'm a confused guy, but I think we're in June of 2025 right now.
right.
And so while I appreciate that the appellant is talking about coming into compliance on the key, I think you can understand that the department didn't feel that it got much cooperation here in doing something that is really designed to help the safety of the people who are in the residence.
Right. No, we understand that. And I'm guessing that of the 1,000 commercial properties and residential properties in Moraga and Orinda, is that 99.9% of those folks answer the phone, call you up, invite you to come out there and say, what do we need to do to solve this problem? And in 99% of those cases, the problem is solved in a month and not 6 months.
With all due respect, I had a call with Mr. Holtzman. Okay. I asked him, he wanted to make a deal with me. I asked him what I needed to do. His answer was comply. That's all it was. It was not get the Knox box. It was not anything like that. I said, what do you want me to do? Comply. That's all he ever said to me.
Well, let me tell you this. I've been on this board for 2 years. I know Council Holtzman very well, and I know him to be very good at communication, very open, very reasonable. I'm not accusing you of anything here, but I think that like I say, in most cases, these things can be worked out by reasonable people acting in their common interest, right?
So,
And
I guess the question is, would it be sufficient if gentlemen, installed or I guess I don't know whether it's something you hang on the gate or where it goes, but put the little box in that you have a key to that has his key in it. I assume you want to make a copy of your key. And he submitted all that. Do we need to have plans? Because I can imagine that the plans for the gate might not exist. I mean, if it's an old gate and we don't even know when it got installed, things come and go. And for all we know, we lost the application or the city lost it or whatever, if nobody's looked for it. But
I think our most critical issue is obviously access. So
Right.
that clearly solves the biggest issue. The other is admittedly not as significant an issue, but having the gate approved is again an advantage to the landowner because now we have a record of having approved the gate. If we don't do that, then other than digging through the annals of this august body's deliberations, you wouldn't know that. So it's an advantage to have that. I don't think it's the end of the world. This is a safety issue that we want resolved, ASAP. The other is secondary.
yeah.
Maybe my question is, how many people would we cite for not having plans? Would we go out and write citations? Would we go through our records and say there aren't plans and we would go out and start citing people?
If during our inspection, sir, we came across a gate that didn't have the proper access.
Not access, but plans.
But
I'm
plans,
talking
we
plans.
wouldn't know if there was plans, and what would trigger that would be the access
The
requirement.
lack of
And we would
access.
Go back and look at it where we, excuse me, where we deal mostly with construction without approved plans is in the energy storage systems and solar systems.
Okay.
That people just do it and they don't know. Building department wasn't telling them that they needed fire department sign off. So those are the cases where we go out and we see stuff and we come back to the records. Gates are one of those things. And what triggered this wasn't the gate, was the access.
Okay. And sorry, I'm being very dense here, but the plans, what benefit do the plans help us with?
If the property owner wanted to do a major substantial addition, remodel, or sell their house or anything, we look for compliance of the code. So we have to go out and do an inspection, and that's one of the things we're going to look at is, hey, you're doing a remodel that maybe triggers sprinklers or triggers other stuff. We would look and say, we don't have record of this approved gate. So now you need to, submit as-built plans for a gate. And it keeps the record clean. And if there's ever a question, we can go back in the case system and say, no, we have approved plans for that. That is allowed. And we're not red tagging it. We're not requiring removal or anything.
Okay.
I would agree that if there was a remodel or something that required plans, I would be required to bring it up to code. I don't dispute that, but that's not what happened here.
Sorry,
Yeah, yeah,
just one more question. As far as we know, our requirement for plans has been in place, I would assume, since the district was founded?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Back to when it was two separate districts. The Uniform Fire Code that eventually became the California Fire Code required plan submittal for construction.
So theoretically, in 2017, whatever would have been looked at the transfer of property would have happened or occurred? I think you said you bought your house in 2017.
Correct.
Is that correct? So if this happens on transfer of property, would we have a record of the transfer of property and the property being inspected,
we
or did we
weren't-
not inspect properties back?
We weren't doing.
Because we do now, right?
do
We do
now.
now, but we didn't then. Okay. That's all I wanted to make sure
I
of
was
you
going
and
to
your
ask a
house.
question too. When we inspect property transfers now, something like a gate, would that be something that would be noted in an inspection? I know we're looking at vegetation usually, but are we looking at fire code violations, other observable issues in the property?
They may, sir, it's not the standard, it's not on the checkoff sheet.
Hmm.
And again, what triggered this one was the lack of access.
Mhm.
So had it had access and we
Oh.
got in there, we would have never, it would have never caused us to look to say, was that an approved gate?
Got it. I'm concerned here that the appellant was notified in October and submitted the request for a hearing in May. And there's, I'm looking at the case file here, and there were several letters that were sent out, citation, pre-citation, citation, and it took a long time for you to appear, to notify us about requesting a hearing. It's been a long
Isn't
time.
that the last step, though? I mean,
I'm not sure what I was expected to do.
Well, you got a pre-citation letter back October 31st. And we heard from you, from what I'm looking at the notes, we heard from you in May. I mean, that's a long time. I mean,
That was after we issued a formal citation, so we issued the formal citation in April. So that's why we heard from him in May. But the point is still the same, and I agree with you. I mean, the issue from our perspective is, this is a safety issue. We issued a pre-citation and there was no action for 6 months.
Yeah.
personally, I'll just, time to be, we have a whole series of things we're supposed to go through.
Would you
so
like
I'm-
to open?
Before we come up with
I
solutions.
I have one more question for the appellant.
Okay.
So you're telling me now that you have a Knox box on order?
I have it in my house.
You have it?
Received it. Yes,
It just has to be installed?
yes,
Okay.
yeah. Because quite,
And
well,
when was the house built?
sorry. Ironically enough, I believe it burned down in about 1984 from a dryer vent, and it was rebuilt by the previous owners then.
Wow.
So before the district was formed?
Yeah.
So for all we know, either wasn't a requirement to get inspected back then, or if the gate was built when they did that, who knows? But for all we know, the records might have been with the Moraga Fire Department. Or are you Moraga or
Orinda.
Orinda, sorry.
Orinda.
Or the Orinda Fire Department, which would have been in CAL FIRE, or CONFIRE rather, sorry.
If I could just recommend a resolution that maybe we'll just take care
Well,
of.
that's where I was gonna head.
Right. So I think that if the appellant comes into compliance, the department would be happy to dismiss the $100 fine. If it's in compliance within, we'll say 30 days.
That
That sounds imminent.
Sounds
Go ahead.
sounds good to me.
what is compliance?
Just that one thing, and then all the rest of it goes away?
That's right.
You're just saying put the lockbox or
Just
not?
put the lockbox on?
Yes.
Okay.
With appropriate key, obviously, but yes.
Yeah, and just so that we're clear, there is no key to like automatically operate the gate. The key is to basically, it's for the gate openers so that you can then manually open it. So there is no key to open the gate.
But it allows access.
It allows access,
allows
100%. That's how I get in when the power's out.
So-
Yeah, that's fine. As long as we have the access, there's plenty of.
You can do
gates.
without break at the gate,
Well,
yeah.
I don't want to cut off the need for documentation. If the documentation requires plans and we need to keep good records, I don't want to handcuff
There
the
might be
chief.
1,000 people in town that built their.
Well, there
houses
might be a
before-
whole lot of things, but
But if
if we
the house
need-
was built before we had records, before our department existed, how can we possibly expect him to have, who knows if he filed them and who knows if we didn't keep them?
And I think the plans that they're looking for are more sophisticated than a memo. I think they're
that hasn't been
architectural
explained to
plans.
me. I don't know what we're looking at, defined plans. I don't know that I've ever. I mean, I understand the need for a resolution. It just,
As-built plans are just a description of what is currently, built there. In this case, it's already built. We're not looking to upgrade the system or to require an upgrade. We can do, a picture of the gate and then of the locking mechanisms, every component of the gate, and just say it's as proved as built. and that covers everything.
Sounds like we have a resolution.
So I just take pictures of the gate, give you,
Well, we need to have it inspected. We need to have somebody from the fire department go out, use the key, make sure the key opens the gate,
Sure.
that you have access, that in an emergency, that the
Yeah.
ambulance or the fire engine could get through the gate. And even if they're parking outside the gate, then they can rush up with it. We need some sort of an inspection, right?
Yes, sir. We would come out once it's the system set up, check it, make sure it works, make sure we know how to operate it, and we can tell the engine companies, this is how you operate that gate. And work with the property owner to get pictures, print the pictures out on 8.5, standard paper, stamp it approved for his records and for the district records, if that's what the board chooses.
Seems good to me.
Would we
Yeah.
like to go ahead and open public comment?
Yes, let's open public.
So we will open public comment for any public that would like to comment. And we do not have any hands raised or in-person public comment.
I think we've
And
covered
I'm
this.
assuming that we do not have any rebuttal.
I think we asked the staff the questions.
Yeah, and I think we can close the public portion of the hearing now.
Very good.
I think we've come up with an action plan if it's acceptable to both chief and to.
Where,
So I think
I guess we're legally required to close the public hearing and then
It's
deliberate.
closed.
it's
Yeah,
closed.
it.
So I would propose that
I closed it.
that we allow the gentleman to to install the box, put his key in it, take a few pictures of it, get the pictures printed out, signed, whatever we have to do. You guys inspect it. And we just call it done
Within 30 days.
within 30 days.
30 days.
Well, does that require that us to uphold or modify
Or
the holding
dismiss.
pending resolution of the matter?
We do have to adopt a resolution,
that's it.
and the resolution does need to uphold, modify, or dismiss the administrative citation.
Right.
So, okay.
So I would suggest we uphold it with the understanding that as soon as this issue is resolved, we then ex post facto modify to dismiss the fine and what
And any other requirements and
any other requirement?
What do you suggest, council?
Yeah, I think you should uphold the citation but modify the remedy so that the remedy is that if it is cured within 30 days, that the fine will be dismissed.
That sounds
Is that
reasonable.
okay with
to
you?
me. Is that okay with you?
that sounds fine by me.
I think
Yeah.
we
Okay, do I have a motion?
This is Director Romer. I would make a motion to uphold the administrative finding, but modify the remedy in exactly the manner that council has described, with the understanding that if it's resolved within 30 days, fine and sanctions are suspended or
Wait for
And do we have a second?
eliminated.
eliminate.
I'll second that.
Director Danziger?
Aye.
Director Jex?
Aye.
Director Jorgen?
Aye.
Director Romer?
Aye.
President Hassler?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Great.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 6.2, public hearing and adopt the annual operating budget fiscal year 2026 as the final budget.
I'm a little shorter, so. Good evening, President Hassler and members of the board. My name is Carol Atwood. I'm your interim Administrative Services Director, and I'm here tonight to present to you the annual operating budget. Next slide. So staff has been preparing this budget since February, when they first met with managers to talk about goals and objectives of the district, how best to pay for that. And then the board has met on 2 other occasions, one for the budget workshop in April, one for the preliminary budget in May. And now we're here tonight to hopefully have you approve the final budget. Next slide. At the 2 previous meetings, the board gave staff direction to modify, add, or delete from the budget. And to recap those briefly, we are staying with the home hardening budget at $500,000. And staffing is budgeted at full authorized positions because of our current vacancy level, but with reduced overtime calculations, both for strike team overtime and regular overtime. And that the grant-funded fuels mitigation specialists, with that grant ending in March of next year, will be transferred to the general fund to keep that service level consistent. We talked about capital project recommendations, some of which again are on the board agenda tonight. And we'll be transferring the tunnel, East Bay Hills fuel break residual back to the general fund, as you've done in past practice. We've reduced interest income calculations. Next slide. And finally, which was most dear to your residents, we have modified the single role paramedic program with Medic 41A to go from 10 to 24 hours a day. And that was at your last preliminary. Next slide. To recap briefly, we're finishing the general fund with a balanced budget. We have approximately projected $34,000 to the good for next fiscal year. We believe there are some other opportunities to make that even better within the budget. And so we feel that we have a solid budget for the district to move forward in the general fund. Next slide. General fund revenues are approximately $40.8 million. The bulk of that is made up of property tax, and the projected increase there of $1.4 million makes up the majority of your $1.9 million increase. Next slide. Conversely, general fund expenditures are $37.9 million. It shows a $3.3 million increase, but again, that's because in this fiscal year, we're budgeting full staffing. We're also reflecting MOU changes for COLAs, and we still have those huge retirement obligations that the board has been funding. Next slide. In summary, the district will go from 85.1 full-time equivalents to 95.1 in order to adopt the new single role paramedic program that was directed by the board in March of 2025. Next slide. And for your capital projects, this budget before you has changed by one item. As we talked about before, we had some quotes that were about ready to come in on your fire apparatus type 1. That is going to be talked about later in your meeting in item 10.3. Those quotes were very favorable. So we did go and change the budget tonight before you to move that money into the current fiscal year 24-25 so that the board could take advantage of approximately $300,000 in savings on that apparatus. The board can, if you decide not to agree with staff, give us direction before you adopt tonight. But that is the only change in the budget before you tonight. Next slide. And with all of that, if you look at your reserves, we're happy to report that between the general fund, capital project fund, and your OPEB and pension trust funds, you're still increasing your reserves by $1.5 million next year. Next slide. So with that, we are asking if the board have any questions, and if not, we're asking that you approve and adopt the final budget for fiscal year 2026.
So are we opening the hearing?
If you have any questions of staff?
Questions first.
I just have one. So in the, later on, we have the discussion of the two pieces of apparatus we're going to buy. What did you put in the budget? The discounted rate, meaning the one that if we pay for it now rate?
Yes, I put $1.2 million in the budget instead of the original 1.5 that we were projecting.
And that's the discount on both apparatus?
No, that's just for the type 1 engine.
Why didn't you do the other one?
Well, because the actual budget dollar amount had gone up and there was no discount if you buy it in July. So I figured that we might as well just keep it in the 26 fiscal year. But you can disagree with me if you do, if you want to.
You said there's no discount if we buy. I thought in the presentation, it says they both have discounts.
Oh, I'm sorry.
in the two presentations that are beyond this, about each piece of apparatus, it shows they both have discounts.
That is correct, sir.
And I thought there was a greater discount on B.
There's a greater percentage discount on the larger apparatus,
The type 1.
Yes.
The type 1.
but there was a discount on both. I mean, it was, I forget the exact numbers, but I sent it to the chief and Lucas earlier.
Oh,
Yes, sir, that is correct. For the type 3 engine, there is a discount rate between, there's a difference in the rate options, option A and B.
They both had that. And then they were also both not subject to a price increase that was going to happen July 1st or something.
okay. At the time that I changed this budget, which was approximately 2 weeks ago, I was going on the best data I had at the time. So if the board has new data and they want it reflected in different fiscal years, we can do that. We would just ask that you modify the resolution when you go to vote.
So which numbers what numbers are in the actual budget then?
Okay, so for the apparatus type 1, I moved that purchase into June of this fiscal year 24-25, because I was under the impression that the paperwork had to be signed by June 30th in order for you to get that discount. At least that was what I was told at the time we did the adjustment. For the apparatus 3, we had 550,000 budgeted. I was told that that would increase to $570,000 to $80,000, and that we could sign that paperwork in July of 2025. So I did not move that back to this fiscal year. I felt no need to adjust for that. And if that has changed since we did this, let me know, because.
So I'm a little confused because this is Director Romer, on page 464 of our agenda. And I think this is proposal 1 on the Golden State Fire Apparatus, a 100% prepayment. And I believe that this has got to be on the type 3 engine. If you elect this option, it results in a savings of $30,652.08 off of the grand total of option B. So is that outdated information or is that?
No, sir.
And does that apply to the type 3 engine? If we would have to both sign the contract and send the funds in by July 1st?
Yes, sir. So as we were preparing the budget, and we were looking at the capital for a purchase of a type 1 and type 3 fire engine in 25-26, we started working with the vendor. The vendor told us starting July 1, 2025 would be a 3 to 5% increase in cost for both the type 1 and type 3. So we were able to get contracts with today's cost, and that's what will be item 10.3, 10.4 for the board to consider is making those purchases this fiscal year, saving that 3 to 5%. Then the different options, there's 2 options for each purchase. One option is you pay up front, and paying up front is you receive a discount. It's 200,000 for the type 1.
Yeah, that's on page 308, $200,410.87
And then
off the grand total.
30,652 off the type. So staff was coming to the board, sir, do you want to make those purchases this fiscal year and do the budget transfer? And if you do that, what option do you want to take for the pieces of equipment?
So we could approve the final budget as
Subject
it is
to.
and still make the decision later in the meeting
And-
to adopt.
And they would adjust it.
B, right?
Yeah.
They would adjust it accordingly.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Yeah, then
We can
adjust it.
adopt it with the modifications to be placed based on the decision.
Yeah.
So
Question, is the long-range forecast reflect these changes as well?
Right, I can answer that. Yes, the long-range forecast reflects purchasing the type 1 and the type 3 fire engine in fiscal year 2025, the current fiscal year.
and committing the funds, which means sending the checks.
You have
And
30
that's-
days to pay
30 days from July 1st.
from,
It shows the expenditure in fiscal year 2025. Yes.
so that's the question I would have is, so we're in 2020. It's weird since we have different calendar years than fiscal years. But so you're saying we would modify actually this year's budget because we would spend it in the current year, not the one we're approving, the one that's still happening right now, that we're at the end of. So if we approve spending the money, we sign the contracts, but we still have a decision about whether we pay for them now or pay for them in the future. It's all kind of semantics. So whether you have a way over budget this year and a way under budget next year, but it'll all work out at the end of the day, right? One way or the other.
Yes, when we get to the two fire engine purchases on the regular agenda, both of those purchases included a budget adjustment for fiscal year 2025.
Because once you sign those purchase orders, you're obligated.
What was if we went back to before, like purchasing everything next year, where were we at on the budget? Like we have you said $34,000 left at the end of the year on the budget that's proposed. Where were we at before that?
If we went back to the version that we gave to the board as preliminary, you would have shown a smaller fund balance in your capital project fund at the end of fiscal year 26, because we were assuming a higher price for the type 1 engine.
But that's just in the capital projects, not in
Yes,
the operating.
does not
budget. It
affect
does not
the
impact-
general
I was
fund
gonna say,
budget.
there's no effect on your
Okay.
operations.
Right.
Just
Okay. Okay, that's all I wanted to make sure of is I thought it was in the capital.
And
but-
did we assume in the models that we took the discount or not?
Let me check.
Because the discount rate that as we'll talk about later, the discount rate that they gave us or the effective rate of return on our cash was dramatically different in the two different, pieces of equipment. One was like 1.8% and the other one was 3.5% or so.
It's very good.
Either of which would make sense not to pay it upfront because we could see.
I need you to unmute your microphone.
We could conceivably, if our interest rates remain the same, we're getting 4% over the next 4 or 5 years.
Possibly.
Maybe.
Possibly interest rates go down.
Yeah, that's contrary to what the world is thinking interest rates are going to do.
Right.
Do we have any more questions?
Yeah, I have one. Can you remind us about the EMS LP 35 EKG monitor, $560,000, the replacement? What is that? What?
Yeah, so that's our life pack monitors, our EKG monitors. So the current ones that we have on our apparatus, Chief, I believe they're a 2011 model. And like many items, electronic items, as the technology advances, they stop making parts. They stop supporting previous generations and starting to phase out. And that's where we're at with them. So the request in the budget is for replacement of frontline apparatus, EKG monitors, and on all of our frontline apparatus. That would be the first phase.
How many other?
I believe so.
5?
No, so this budget is 8.
Eight.
8, and I believe that then coming back to for a total completion would request for 5 additional after that. So it would be in phase.
And I assume we keep the old ones and because we still have some of the old ones we might need parts for until we decide to budget for the replacement. of all.
Yes, of course. Yes. Yeah. So we would still run them. We're seeing them stop making parts and stop providing software updates for our current models.
No. Okay.
Sorry, and have there been any issue? I guess maybe the question is, has there been any issues that we've noted related to that would cause us to not wait for the additional 5 for another year?
Right now they're still working. Obviously, they're still in service. But for budgeting and future needs, like I said, we are starting to see them discontinue replacement parts and so forth. So we do anticipate that through the second phase that they will still be effective, but will be supported with new monitors with new technologies.
You just have to go through all kinds of public comment and things.
Any other questions?
Okay, would we like to go ahead and open public?
I'm sorry, one more. So, just to be clear, funds that aren't expended this year for one reason or another, do they carry over to next year automatically?
When you don't expend, it drops to your bottom line available spendable balance, so it would go back into your reserve.
Okay, because I'll just bring up a small amount, but this fiscal year, the board approved $5,000 for Station 42 landscaping. And we didn't do that project yet. It's gonna probably occur soon, but after the new fiscal year. So what about carrying over that small amount? Is that something we can do, or do we have to bring it back to the board and go through that again?
Different organizations are different as far as carryover policies, so I'm going to refer that one
I mean,
to.
it's a small amount. It was only $5,000, but
Right.
I anticipate that program, hopefully in the fall, will get going.
Right, so that, and there has to be an obligation, there has to be a contract, something to carry it over. So we don't have that, so no, it would not carry over.
I'd have to bring it back to the board at some point.
Yeah, there would be nothing in the fiscal year 2026 budget to complete that project.
Okay,
But the money would still be there because we did not spend it in 2025.
It would be in general fund
It
reserves.
would be in general fund reserves.
Okay.
Money hopefully didn't disappear.
yeah, right. Hopefully we'll have $5,000,
Exactly.
except I might ask for $34,000.
34.
Okay, got it.
Public comment?
Public comment?
So public comment is open on the budget. We do not have any public comment and we do not have any hands raised. Any further discussion by the board?
So I move we approve the budget as presented.
I second.
I need you to unmute.
Romer seconds.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
President Hassler.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brief information only reports related to meetings attended at a director at district expense. None? Questions and informational comments from the board members and staff?
Yes, I have, President. Hassler,
Yes,
okay?
yes.
I have a informational comment. So a majority of the board has voted not to issue proclamations in recognition of Heritage and Diversity Months. And I respect that decision, but as a publicly funded organization and public official, I'll take a few minutes to acknowledge two significant observances. These words are mine alone, do not reflect the sentiments of this board. June has become a symbolic month in which LGBTQ plus people, supporters, and institutions come together in various celebrations and in recognition of Pride. It honors the history and the ongoing struggle of LGBTQ plus rights, promotes visibility and understanding of this diverse community. Pride Month is important because it serves as a call to action for a more inclusive and equitable world. I invite everyone to reflect on ways we all can live and work together with a commitment to mutual respect, understanding, and support. Additionally, tomorrow, June 19th, is Juneteenth. It's a federally recognized holiday. It marks the day when enslaved African Americans in Galveston, Texas, were informed of their freedom, which occurred 2 years. This occurred 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. It is a day for reflection, celebration, and education about the history of slavery, and recognition of this day is an important step towards bringing the rich history of Black Americans into the center of both our history and our identity. It's a federal holiday, and just to note, the employees in the city of Orinda and the library will be closed tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Danziger.
Communications received, we have received none. Fire chief updates. We will start with the finance report.
Good evening, directors. I have a brief finance report this evening. We'll start with the strike team receivable update. The estimated strike team receivable for fiscal year 25 is $1.798 million. The payments received are $1.4 million. So we have a current net receivable outstanding of $389,507. Next slide, please. The Tunnel East Bay Hills financial update, the project budget was $6.3 million. We invoiced to CAL FIRE through 3/31, $6.3 million, and we have received payments from CAL FIRE of $6.3 million. Everything, all expenses have been paid. There is no outstanding receivable, and the grant is now closed. It closed on March 15th. The Treasury bill update, the district now has $32,765,000 invested in Treasury bills. The Treasury bill maturities are listed below, and staff will continue to project cash flows to determine the amount of reinvestment available when Treasury bills mature. That concludes my report, unless you have any questions.
This is Director Jex. I do have a question. The amount of unpaid balance on the strike team revenue, when was those incurred?
Those were incurred. They're at different times throughout the year. We have received invoices from OES for all those expenses, which means that they have reviewed and approved them. And we're just waiting for the payments to be processed. So they have been reviewed and approved by OES. We're just waiting for the processing of the payments.
I have one quick one. So back on the money we're earning from our investments, one of them says Federal Home Loan Bank. Do they have fees or anything that we're paying? I know the treasuries that we're buying don't have any. Do they have any fees or anything that treasury investments don't?
No, they do not.
Great. Thank you.
Tonight, I have a brief recruitment update. For ambulance supervisor, the top candidate has successfully completed the background process and will start on Tuesday, July 1st. Recruitments will be released in June for the new single role ambulance program for senior single role paramedic, and single role EMT for planned start dates in October 2025 and January 2026. We will be filling 17 positions. Recruitment efforts will include oral board interviews and EMS evaluations in order to establish eligibility lists. This concludes my update, unless there are any questions.
I have a question.
Yes.
So for all the new hires we're going to do, that's quite a lot of people. And we don't know how many applications. Do you intend to, have you ever used like public, the members of the public to be on your boards? I mean, it seems like it's going to be a big endeavor for us. Who knows how many candidates?
Mhm.
Have you considered using, a board consisting of someone from the public as well?
Right, so that would be something that we would consider, Chief, if you,
I mean, I don't need an answer. I'm just wondering if
Right, yeah.
we haven't done that.
we have,
before.
yeah, we have not done that before. Mm-mm.
I mean, just to hire that many people
Mhm.
Yeah. So
might be something. I'm just saying it might be something to consider. That's all. And plus these people, I mean, they're going to be answering 90% of our calls. It might be something to consider, putting someone doing a 3-person panel maybe and having a member of the public on it. And so it can be effective. So, okay, great. Can you share the name of the ambulance supervisor at this point?
Is that good? Okay. Yes, his name is Niels Tangolarini. I'm probably butchering his last name.
Okay, perhaps he'll come to our next meeting and
Yes.
meet him. That'd be great.
Mhm. Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Fire marshal report.
Good evening, directors. Casey Irving, Fire Marshal. The month of May was busy for fire prevention. Evacuation route inspections continued. Most were reaching or nearing completion in preparation to begin targeted inspections on June 1st. Next slide. The number of chipping days increased from 2 days in April to 11 days in May in response to the increased demand. Dormitory inspections are complete. 1 dorm is compliant, and I received 20 plans of correction. The fire inspector transitioned to apartment inspections for the remainder of May. For the home hardening grant program, we expended $499,245 of the total $500,000 allocated for the grant. The volunteer group, formerly known as FACAs, Fire Adapted Community Ambassadors, was renamed to Community Wildfire Safety Ambassadors. We held 2 training sessions in May for new ambassadors, bringing our total to 50 active participants. During the month, 90 assessments were completed, bringing the overall total to 410, already surpassing the 242 assessments completed throughout all of 2024. End of report.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, so on the code enforcement violation count, I see that we still have 14 property owners out of compliance for juniper and bamboo. This is something that people had 3 years. I know they're probably the holdouts, but do we see it? Do we see some change going on there and some people got to get in compliance, or do we have to take some further action to? I know we don't want to, put liens on people's property and do that. That's the last resort, but it's kind of getting to the point of what's our plan for these 14 people? Do we need to put up a billboard and put their names up and let their citizen, let the rest of the public know what's going on? Or it seems like it's been difficult to get that number down. And 14, what do we have a plan?
So some of these violations are probably a result of evacuation inspections, and we're just waiting for those to result.
Okay, so maybe little action on getting out. I mean,
Yes, we're following the
it's been
process.
a long time. I forget when the date was. It was last year.
Right.
So, okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In operations.
Good evening, directors. Lucas Lambert, I'll be giving tonight's operations report since the last time we met. And oftentimes I end with a PSA or public service announcement. Tonight I'm going to begin. If you can't tell, that's a push lawnmower, and following up on our the report from our fire marshal, this is what not to do. A picture that I took driving by, I had to double back and see it for myself again. When we talk about our abatements, the use of a push mower is with a metal blade is what causes fires, especially when the fuels are cured as they are at this time of the year. Next slide. This was a fire that occurred on June 2nd. This was our first strike team, immediate needs strike team of the year to Solano County to assist the communities of Fairfield and Cordelia and surrounding areas. This was strike team 2025 Alpha. The engine 40 took place in. And as to note, since we've began this meeting, we have a fire burning in the county that's currently 200 acres in Antioch, threatening some communities near the Black Diamond Regional Preserve. So we are certainly underway, and fire season is certainly upon us. Next slide. Additionally, we've kicked off our prescribed fire projects, and we'll hear more from Dennis Rain on those updates. But this is not only an opportunity for all the things that prescribed fire brings to us for protection, it's also an opportunity for our staff to train, get in the rhythm, and communicate with our citizens. And that picture on the left is Copter 1. It's a contract helicopter with Contra Costa County Fire that we were able to communicate with and exercise communications from ground resources and proper safety of dropping materials. Next slide. Marcia, this is a video, if it's possible to fast forward it. But this is taken from our drone. And I mentioned training as a big proponent of what we do, but this is infrared taken from the drone overhead. And this is a 1-2 firing. So as you can see, those small linear strips are firefighters with drip torches and the coordinated approach to build black line in our prescribed burn area. It's always an opportunity to bring in staff and educate them on ways for us to control the ways that we put fire on the ground. Next slide. And this is the end result. And again, we'll hear more from Dennis on this project. This is Orinda view. This fire was just happened just the other day in the Ream neighborhood, and I want to recognize the crews for their fast response on this. This was began of what was an exterior fire to the interior. As you can see, it did get into the wall. Our on-scene time was extraordinary, and that's what prevented this fire from any further damage. And a quick action by the first in Captain Oliver on engine 42 to prevent and limit the damage. No injuries reported on scene, and the homeowners were away when this initially happened. They were notified. We were notified by some neighbors that happened to see it. Next slide. I'm sorry. It's still under investigation right now. There were a couple factors that we're trying to limit. This is from the Ream shopping center. As some of these buildings are going to be demoed in place of the new grocery store that's going to be put there. We worked with the town, worked with the property owners, and we're able to complete some training on the building that is very valuable to us. So that's an example of on your left of commercial ventilation. The picture on the right, although it got cut off a bit, is forcible entry into a commercial door from the rear of the facility. So we're grateful and recognize the value that the property owners allowed us to use this for our training access. Next slide. And again, on training, this is H-30. This is a helicopter that services this area, flies out of Napa, has short haul capabilities. So we can pick up a firefighter on the ground and place them in remote locations to facilitate the needs of somebody. Could be a vehicle, could be a hiker that had fallen down a cliff in a remote location. These types of interagency settings are very important to us and communications. And as I've said before, this time of year, as the weather changes, we see a lot more people outside and that causes some challenges and some increase to our calls for service. Next slide. This was a letter that was sent to us recognizing a call that happened on Father's Day of 2004. I want to share this with you because this person, who was much younger at the time, wrote to us ahead of Father's Day to thank us for the impacts to his family. This was a cardiac field save that extended the life of his father and eventually led to the inspiration of his career in the EMS service. So this means a lot to us. Some of the folks pictured in that picture, we were able to reach out to say, hey, this family has not forgotten. It's very valuable to us, and so much so he reminded us of and gave us thanks. So I'm proud to represent this and inspire his career in the EMS. Next slide. And Dr. Gene Godfrey, former board member to MOFD and now retired board member to Rescue One. And I see we have Rob Schroeder and Perrin here as Rescue One board members. We were able to enjoy a retirement dinner for Dr. Godfrey at and break bread to show thanks to him. He has retired from the Rescue One board. We are forever grateful. He is a lifelong given citizen and member of the community. He has moved outside of our community, and we were able to recognize him with our Rescue One board and give thanks to all the years of appreciation that he's given to us and support. So we thank him very much. Yes, sir.
This is Director Rummer. He still is part of our community. In fact, he's at the Byron Park Assisted Living, floor second, 2 doors away from my mother, and I saw him the other day. He would welcome any visitors. He's a great guy, and it's good to see him.
Agreed. And I hear that he's still very active on the radio group, the ham radio. Thank you, Dr. Godfrey. Next slide. Yesterday, we hosted the East Bay Incident Management Team at the Orinda Art and Garden Center in Wilder. This team was built as following the 1991 tunnel fire. And we have Dennis Rain, who was a very early member of the team and still active on the team. We hosted it here in Orinda strategically to show our community and also the facility that in Wilder that's present that can be used as a vital resource for facilities. After we had our annual team meeting, we ran a drill of a fire that was here simulated in Orinda, burning towards the Oakland-Berkeley border and all of the challenges that exist, including the National Berkeley Laboratory. So we were thankful to have them and host them in our district. Next slide. And last, this was a few pictures of our prescribed burn. I want to recognize our volunteers that support us with our logistics and help us support us both on incidents and our prescribed burn. And that gentleman right there on the right, for me, it was a special moment. As many of you know, I began my paid career with East Bay Regional Park District of then former Fire Chief Dennis Rain. And it gave some chills down my spine when I recognized that this is my 20th year of service. And that gentleman is there still teaching the next generation of prescribed burn. So I want to recognize both the volunteers that support our crews, both in incident and planned events, and also Dennis Rain for not giving up on teaching the next generation, which is very important to both of us. So pending any questions, this concludes my report. Thank you.
Questions?
Wow. Thank you, Lucas. Just a real quick update on our prescribed fire activity. We completed that 4-acre burn that you're looking at here up at Orinda View. And what's particularly interesting about that project is it's very cooperative with Orinda Downs Homeowners Association. And in fact, they've invested $1,000 in California native flower seeds that will go back up and help them spread before the first rains this fall, in hopes of removing some of the non-native grasses and improving the habitat for native wildflowers up there. The burn was small in size, but great in participation. We had Contra Costa County fire crew up there. We had an engine from the Contra Costa County. We had our folks up there. We had an engine from East Bay Municipal Utility District helping us out on that project. Next slide, please. Lucas talked a little bit about strip head firing, and as you saw in that little video, what wasn't obvious in there is that the fire, this is one of those same photographs, the fire that is running head fire up into the black is one of the things that we're teaching folks about fire behaviors. We always want to run head fire, that fire that's running either being pushed by the wind or up the slope or both, much more intense. we want to run it into something that's already burned. So this whole project started up on the photograph of the big part, kind of up on the knob, and we worked our way down the hill doing what's called strip head firing. So the fire, although there were portions of it that showed pretty dramatic fire behavior, the backing fire that was left after that ran into the black was very controllable, and we had a good day learning about fire behavior. We laid probably 1,000 feet of hose and picked that all up. So it was a great training day, as well as a great day for managing the fuels in this area, plus promoting native wildfires. Flowers. Next slide. And then we had some areas in that where the fuels treatments were of concern to us. So we had some areas that we actually deployed our sprinkler kits. This is an area right off of Orinda View Drive where we had some heavy fuels that were still smoldering. We mopped those up, but then just as extra insurance, we were able to use the hose lay that we put in to support the firing operation. We attached our Rainbird sprinklers to those, and we just let them run all night to ensure that there was nothing that got out. And in fact, the next day we went back out, and there was an area that was had been treated and had chips that were about 6 or 8 inches deep that the fire got into and was smoldering overnight. So we went up and deployed 2 more sprinklers on that and let them run overnight, and no issues. Next slide.
Dennis, does the water come from our own water tender or something? Where's the water come from?
We'll take any water we can get. This water, we plumbed it directly to a hydrant that was,
Oh, there was
and
a
we just used the head pressure from the hydrant. It was probably 100 feet above the level of this, and they worked just fine. Yeah, that's it. And then just briefly, we have some more projects coming up. Yesterday, we completed 8 acres. It was a cooperative project with East Bay Municipal Utility District. They had about a dozen folks and 3 engines out helping us adjacent to Bear Creek Road, up below kind of Tappan Lane in that area. So we burned 8 acres with them yesterday. Again, we had Contra Costa County engine, our engine, Crew 12, which is from the county, and a bunch of East Bay Mud folks, and then with our supervision. So that was very successful, and all of the social media kind of feedback that we're getting has been positive. So appreciate the support from our community. And then finally, next week, we're shooting for trying to come up with all the boxes checked for our first cultural burn at the Sagorate Land Trust, which is out in the community of Canyon. And that's a nonprofit organization that bought 40 acres out there that they're managing for the Ohlone people. So hopefully that one will come on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have some upcoming events. We have the City of Orinda 4th of July Parade that we will be in and station tour guide dogs for the blind. Public comment is open for the announcements. We do not have any public comment. We do not have any hands raised. Oh, we do. Come.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Scott Mitnick, Town Manager for the town of Moraga. So I'm here to say a couple things. First, on behalf of the town, thank you for approving the budget and maintaining the full ambulance service to our community. We greatly appreciate that. In that vein, I wanted to also share that the council did approve establishing a fire services committee consisting of 2 council members. And if the board is supportive, which I believe you are, we will work on scheduling the first meeting with 2 of your members and our 2 council members. And then hopefully we'll be able to replicate the format that Orinda uses. And we'll work out the logistics and all that. I know the town's really excited, and they recommended that council members Graham Thiel and council member Brian Dolan be the representatives from the town. And then before I walk away, I do want to call out your Fire Chief Jeff Isaacs and your Deputy Fire Chief Lucas for the incredible cooperation, professionalism, and willingness to work with the town staff. In fact, it was a really productive meeting today with your chief and the Moraga schools superintendent. We had a great meeting talking about mutual issues and public safety. So that's it. That's my comments. Thank you for listening.
Great. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we'll look forward to being the other half of your staffing the meetings, the 2x2 as we call them in Orinda. That's great.
That's correct.
Perfect.
So thank you. Have a good rest of your meeting.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott.
So now we will open public comment for items that are not on the agenda. We did receive 2 written public comments from Nick Warrenoff, and those were included in the board packet. Nick Warrenoff has also requested to speak in person.
Good evening. My name is Nick Warrenoff, and I'm speaking tonight in support of my written submission, which is item 8.1, and it begins on page 143 of the agenda packet. My specific request of the board has 2 components. One, that you formally ask our Assembly member, Rebecca Bauer-Cahan, to oppose Senate Bill 79. And number 2, that you submit what's called a position letter to whatever Assembly committee the bill is pending before when you are able to submit your letter. And I would ask that later tonight, when you get to item 12, which is requests for future agenda items, that you ask to put on a future agenda as an action item, acting on my 2 requests and reaching out to our Assembly member and directly to whatever Assembly committee is then considering Senate Bill 79. I am a retired attorney. I've been active. I'm coming up on 12 years of retirement. It's been the best 12 years of my life. And I've been very active during that period with housing and wildfire issues. Together with a neighbor, I organized one of the first Firewise communities in Orinda. The issue with SB 79, and the reason I'm here, is that it is an existential threat to the city of Orinda, because it would require Orinda to approve high-density, high-rise housing downtown. And the northern half of downtown Orinda, the village, is completely in a very high fire hazard severity zone. And this bill would require approval of buildings 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 stories tall, notwithstanding that they're in a very high fire hazard severity zone. The legislature needs your expertise because the bill misleadingly states that a site that it applies to an applicant, the bill misleadingly states there's a prohibition against development in a very high fire hazard severity zone, and it cross-references another section, and the section it references says that the prohibition does not apply to a site where fire mitigation standards are applicable. And as the fire marshal, the fire chief knows, and maybe you folks all know, this provision that most people don't know about, Chapter 7A of the statewide building code, requires that all new construction in a fire hazard severity zone contain fire mitigation measures. So the very section in the bill that says there's a prohibition actually says there isn't one. And I have been arguing this for a long time. I don't have enough credibility. I mean, I'm a retired lawyer. It means nothing. You folks are the fire district. The legislature needs your input. So to wrap this up, please, when you get to item 12 on the agenda, on tonight's agenda where you request items for a future agenda, please ask that this be placed as an action item on a future agenda. We need your help. The legislature needs your help. That concludes my presentation unless there are questions.
Thank you. That's great.
I do have questions and comments, but maybe it's more appropriate to wait until agenda item 12 so we don't.
I think it's more appropriate till it's agendized to discuss it.
Right. No, I would thank you for your input. I read your submitted papers. I went on the Ledge Info site and noted that the city of Orinda is actually opposed to SB.
Yes, like the city of Orinda is opposed as I am, but I don't think the city brings the focus on the fire hazards. A lot of cities oppose SB 79. Most of them.
About 50 or 60.
Yes, but they are basically opposing it because it overrides all the years of work they've done to comply with the state mandate.
Right.
What my request is, the reason I'm down here tonight is that the state needs your fire expertise, your knowledge of Chapter 7A.
Well, we also need yours, Nick. I appreciate your submission as always. I know you're really devoted to this community and you put a lot of time and effort and heartache into it. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And same here. I read it. I read everything you gave us, and I went and looked online for other information, who voted for it, who voted against it in the Senate. So I'll tell you the truth, I was not aware of this at all until you brought it up. Actually, when I got the agenda last Friday is when I've done my work, and so thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I agree too.
Thank you.
I would like to ask a question of the chief, however, if that's okay. But thank you, though. No, it's related, but different. So I think is this the same bill that takes away the fire district's authority to make changes to the state fire code?
No, sir, that was different legislation.
Is it passed or is it still? Because we should put that on the agenda too, I guess is my point.
I would have to look to see where that was. That one might have been emergency legislation. I know it made its way quickly through the assembly, and the last I heard it was in the Senate, and I haven't checked on it in a while.
Okay.
Shall we go ahead and open public comment for the consent agenda?
Yes.
So public comment is open for consent, and we do not have any public comment.
I move we approve the consent agenda as written, as submitted.
I'll second that.
Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Jex.
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
President Hassler.
Aye.
Item 10.1, presentation from Fire Safe Moraga-Orinda.
Do reminded of length.
A reminder of, I think this is a 10-minute presentation, correct? Yep.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, directors. I'm Mark Evans. I'm going to be giving you an update on Fire Safe Moraga-Orinda and Moraga-Orinda Firewise Network, also known as FSMO and MoFun. So we got Fire Safe and Firewise. We can go either way. So next slide, please, Marcia. So Fire Safe Moraga-Orinda, we're here to help defensible space primarily. It's a nonprofit that was started back in 2023 at the suggestion of the previous fire chief of Moraga-Orinda Fire District. And it took us a little time to get up to speed, but we are a fully accredited, registered, functioning nonprofit. And I guess we're here to stay. I want to recognize our executive director, Rob Schroeder. You guys know him. He's excellent. Next slide, please. Next slide, Marcia. There it is. So we had to make, to become a nonprofit, you got to get funding. So we followed the process that other fire safe councils did, wrote some big grants, took some time, learned from each of them, and ultimately we received one last September. So I got a $100,000 grant from essentially California Fire Safe Council. It came from CAL FIRE, which actually came from the federal government. So that's probably the key. We have to get reimbursement through the federal government. How long do you think that takes? So we've also recently submitted a recent grant for another $1.5 million. That's I think a 5-year grant. And then we think another one's coming up. Bottom line is we have some money, we're spending some money, but we need more money to do the work that's needed here in this community. Next slide, please. So with this first grant, this is what we did. We were able to execute $57,000 worth of fire fuel removal work in about 4 weeks. Now we're kind of doing one at a time. Rob is managing all the field work. There's a lot of hoops we had to run through. It started back with, we opened up our applications at the end of the year and closed them on January 31st. And through the whole process of selection, everything. The key is we actually completed the work in Bollinger, that's in Moraga, and then 2 in Orinda. We also have another 3 that we approved, but because we have to wait for reimbursement, we can't keep, I mean, we have the manpower, we have the systems in place to continue to get more work done, but we just don't have the funding yet because we're still a relatively new fire safe organization. So next slide. So just in the big picture, we've had, 13 grants that we highlighted. We actually had 25 that were submitted. And part of our process for selecting grants was to work with the fire district to prioritize those grants, those neighborhoods, which neighborhoods had the biggest impact on reducing wildfire spread. So we have published criteria selection, but I want you to know that we partner with the fire district and they help us decide what's highest priority. I mean, if we had enough funding, we would have done all 13. They were all viable projects, but we had to pick and choose and do the most important ones. So probably each time we open up our grant process, we'll recycle and potentially a more important one could go to the top, meaning a higher priority one. And then I mentioned earlier, we had 6 requests. We've completed 3. We have 3 requests on the back burner. Hopefully we'll do it later in the year, but then there's also concern later in the year when it's red flag days, we will not do work. So it's not 100% certain that we'll be able to do the remainders this year. Okay, to summarize, we're a cost-effective organization. We spend about 5% of the cost of these neighborhood grants on our overhead. I don't think anybody can do it any less expensive. Why? We got a lot of volunteers working together. We're working through volunteer neighborhoods. You know, we're using a lot of people who want this help, and so we can really reduce our costs. So I'm just mentioning to you, we are a cost-effective way to do it. I mentioned earlier the challenge to get reimbursement, that slows us down. We're trying to get another grant. We'll see how that goes. But ultimately what we need is multiple funding sources. Just like any nonprofit, right? The big nonprofits, they got endowments and, you know, other things like that. So as a new one, we're trying to get there, but ultimately we need multiple funding sources to become a viable long-term organization. Okay, I'm going to switch gears and give you an update on the Firewise network, please. So basically, we're an outreach and education, fully volunteer. You guys have heard of us. We've been around, started back in 2019, again, at the suggestion of the fire district, but we've been growing. Why? January 7th, 2025. We currently have 18 new neighborhoods in progress. I know you got a lot on your plate. If you get a chance to link on that middle link, don't do it, Marshall. These guys can look at it if they want, or actually the bottom, look at the map. And you will see we're very well distributed in North Orinda, South Orinda, Moraga. We have Canyon, we have Bollinger. We're across the entire fire district. So we really are collaborative and aligned with the fire district. They're the agency that we are trying to support. So next slide, I mentioned that we got 17 new neighborhoods, 18, I got another one today. I think we're going to add about 1,000 dwelling units. So that's going to be, we're going to be over 5,000 dwelling units. I sometimes hear different numbers, but I thought I heard in the past that there's actually 12,500 residential dwelling units in the fire district. I heard someone at a recent meeting say there was 14,000. I think some of those are open properties. But anyway, my point is we're almost at 50%, but that's not enough. We really need to engage the whole community. The goal is to be 80 or 85%. So we're continuing to do outreach and encouraging people and helping people. So let me just point out, on this board, there are currently 2 directors in a Firewise neighborhood, 1 in a upcoming Firewise neighborhood. And I personally commit to going to your house and finding a neighbor who can help you become a Firewise neighbor, because I think if you understand it even better and understand the power of the community helping us, that you will be willing to do it. I also understand you guys are really volunteer for a lot of stuff, so I don't mean to put anything on your plate, but as you know, pretty committed to this. And I think you will find some value, and it brings your neighborhood closer together, and your neighborhood helps each other more. Everything from defensible space to education to sharing information from MLFD and Moraga. So I'm a big booster. And then the other thing we really have is a lot of the Firewise. Okay. I also want to thank Casey Irving, Fire Marshal Casey Irving. She's been going out to each of these new neighborhoods to do a risk assessment walk. And it's fantastic. I can just see how these residents are really like, oh, thank you for telling this. Thank you for answering my questions. Thanks for helping me understand how this all works and what the fire district does and compliance requirements. But we are integrated with that. And every time I see them, they say, oh, thank you for helping us have this meeting with the fire district. So MLFD's continue to support that. And it's really appreciated.
We have a minute and a half left.
Okay, and then I want, we're doing open houses, wildfire fair, we're in the community. So I guess I will just, I'm going to slip to the closing comments. The last page. So both organizations were suggested by the fire district, who you guys lead. We feel like we've tried to do everything we can to be the community and support it. I see this as a 3-legged stool. We got MLFD, we have Town of Moraga, City of Orinda, and we have these 2 organizations together, MoFund and FSMO. We're the community, and we are a great partner, and I hope, aspire that we are the community partner of choice to help you help our community be safer from wildfire. As such, I didn't raise my hand when you had your budget coming up, but any 2025 budget that you think might be helpful, whether it's to do defensible space or other things we can do, we're here. I'll close to say, we're here to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Mark. I also appreciate you. Great contributions to our community. You're a hero in my book. I'm wondering, President Hassler, if it's not too time consuming or disruptive, I would be interested, if it's technically feasible, to take a quick look at that map, the Firewise neighborhoods map. Is that something that we could try?
Sure.
Okay. And again, I don't want to take up a lot of time, but I'm really curious as to how things have changed since we last looked at these maps.
Yeah. Did you have this? Great. So I know I'm in a Firewise neighborhood because I'm one of the leaders.
I know who is.
Yeah. And it's been amazing. I was actually around when both of these organizations got formed, as a matter of fact. But, it really does bring the communities together. I've seen it in my HOA, for example. We have the chief and others have been out, prior chiefs have been out multiple times, have community meetings. The Firewise organizations have lots of meetings with the people, and it's amazing how many, people don't know what it takes and why they need to make their houses safer. I mean, they know the concept, but they don't really know, what burns, what doesn't burn, what causes, what the biggest risks are. They don't know any of that. And you guys are doing an amazing job of educating a lot of people. We're all trying to educate a lot of people, but you guys are really, on the ground, and the local Firewise leaders really do, walk around, talk to their neighbors, along with all the, what do we now call them? The people that get trained to go, advise folks. So I think it takes a whole community, and you guys are an important part of this in the Firewise neighborhoods. And you see the signs up, that some of the insurance companies actually care about that, already. And hopefully that'll continue. But thank you for all of your great work and all the team that you work with, and Rob and others who've been around a long time and are doing a great job in our community. Thank you.
You're welcome. I just want to say, this is the leadership. This department for the last few years has been encouraging, providing advice, providing consultation, putting me in contact with other people, other fire safe. I mean, it's phenomenal how much time they've spent with the Firewise people to help us. So the leadership is here. We're more of the execution and feet on the ground, but I guess I accept the appreciation, but I pass it right on to Jeff and Lucas, and Casey and Dennis and everyone there. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mark, I have a question. When you do the work for the grants, this directed to Dan Zuger, is it combination of volunteers and contractors doing it together, or how does it work?
To date, we have not used any volunteers.
Oh, no
We figure the volunteers are more like, hey, let's work together as a neighborhood through Firewise to do chipper day, help the elderly neighbors cut the small stuff. We typically get the larger ones that have large parcels or just a lot of work. And so we encourage them to hire contractors. It's a minimum of 5 homes. Why? Because we want them to work with the community. So we only give grants for 5 homes or more. We limit how many match up to $10,000. But I can tell you, I've seen these places, they pull together, and then the next year, they call that same contractor back for half of what they spent, and they call them back and they start keeping it up. And we do tell them, you need to keep this up, but we've seen it happen. It really builds a community of people working together to keep up their properties.
It's great.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Great job.
Okay, thank you.
And shall we go ahead and open public comment?
Yes.
We do not have any hands raised. We have one public comment. Just state your name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. For the record, my name is Nick Warrenoff. Addressing Mr. Evans's comment and speaking as someone who organized a Firewise neighborhood, one of the most frequent questions that arises is whether there's any insurance benefit to a Firewise neighborhood. And I am not 100% certain, but I believe that the current state law mandates a 1% discount if you are in a Firewise neighborhood. And speaking as someone who just had the good fortune to have his insurance renewed, the renewal packet included a smorgasbord of actions that I can take as a homeowner to get these discounts. And while the 1% and the 2% might seem small, they add up. The FAIR plan that so many of our neighbors have been stuck with also has a list of steps a homeowner can take to reduce his or her premium. And many of the things that the board has and the district has supported, like the mesh, all the home hardening stuff, at least on the list I got, all of those count. The defensible space counts. So I think as part of any outreach, although when the Firewise movement was born here, I don't know if you remember how many years ago, there wasn't really any financial benefit that could be presented. That has changed, and I think it's an important selling point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment.
So do we move to item 10.2?
I'll just give one quick follow-up to a comment that Nick made. I know I have a friend that has a place up in Dodder Pass, which, but they have done extensive, the whole area where they are has done extensive remediation work on fuels and things. and their fair plan premium went from, $3,000 a year to $1,500 a year. So it actually, the fair plan, at least there's one example of a pretty big change in somebody's premium.
Item 10.2, proposals for property liability and employment practices and insurance coverage from George Peterson Insurance Agency.
Good evening, directors. The district is working with the district's insurance broker, George Peterson Insurance Agency, to identify insurance alternatives. The district's current insurance provider is FARA. FARA requires the district to provide notice of withdrawal 12 months in advance and requires the district to pay a 10% premium to withdraw. The earliest the district could withdraw is July 1, 2026. The district does not have to withdraw from FARA. We can remain in FARA. We are looking at insurance alternatives in order to determine what is best for the district. George Peterson obtained quotes for insurance coverage from other carriers. There are differences in some of the coverages. Tonight, we have in attendance Christian Mello with George Peterson, who will further explain the quotations to the board.
Evening, directors. Thank you. Chiefs. It's good to see you all again. I was here in February. I think we were talking about a couple other home hardening things at the time, and it was kind of an interesting segue with the Firewise. So I'm glad that I ended up being the one to come back, and now we're talking about insurance for the district. Interestingly enough, I was asked on another fire district that we provided insurance by the insurance carrier if they were in a Firewise community. So it's not just for personal insurance anymore, or your homeowner's insurance. It's also for businesses. They're asking Firewise communities. They're asking about districts even. So good on the community for taking those steps. In front of you, you guys do have a summary. But before I get into that summary, I do want to just point out some of the things that Gloria Ann gave to you guys here, which I thought was excellent. In this document, it gives a really good history of not only the premium differences that have occurred over the years, but it also kind of spells out the difficulty in trying to take your insurance product and tailor it to what you as a district want. Number one, there's a 10% withdrawal premium that is going to be required if you guys leave. You have to give notice 12 months in advance. All these things make it very difficult for a district to make a good financial decision that's going to make it so that they can look forward to the future with insurance premiums. Do we need to stock away some money for deductibles so that we can take on some of the risk, et cetera? With us, we do not have those stipulations. We don't ask for a 10% commitment if you leave us. We don't ask for 12 months of notice. Most of you know that carriers don't like to work on insurance or give you formal terms unless you are 90 days away from actually purchasing the insurance. So going out to the marketplace this year for the district's insurance, we had to make sure that these carriers understood we weren't binding coverage effective 7/1/2025. We were actually looking for terms 12 months from now. What that does to the insurance marketplace is carriers go, well, we don't know what's going to happen in 12 months. We don't know if the district's going to have losses. We don't know if the market's going to change. A lot of changes, right, can happen in 12 months. And so what's in front of you is a proposal that could be bindable. However, the stipulations in your current insurance contract will not allow you to bind them. This is mere just information for you guys to digest. And so I just want to make sure that we are all on the same page. Going through the summary that's in front of you, there are some correlations, similarities, which is great. There are some differences. The similarities are going to be the general liability, the professional liability, pollution, auto liability. You are going to have similar limits to what you currently have through FARA, which is excellent. Okay. One difference in that, though, is going to be you're going to have a deductible now. Where with FARA, you do not have a deductible for a general liability claim or an auto liability claim. Okay. Cyber liability, going to be similar to what you guys currently have. Crime, 1 million limit, again, similar. Property coverage, you're going to get guaranteed replacement costs on your buildings. They have a blanket limit up to 100 million, not to exceed the schedule. In insurance terms, either one is going to be beneficial to you. Guaranteed replacement cost gives you what the actual value of the replacement is going to be at the time of loss, despite whatever building limit is on your policy. Something that's very beneficial. Okay. Portable equipment, stuff inside the rigs, all covered. Okay. There's no limit on that. Something that's a little different than FARA. We do have auto physical damage. You are going to be getting agreed value, again, similar to what FARA gives you. Difference though being we are going to have a little bit larger of a deductible at $10,000 rather than the $5,000 through FARA. Okay. The area that I want to point out that is the most different on my proposal compared to FARA, which I think is worth a little further discussion, is the management liability. The limit that I'm providing you guys is lower than FARA. Okay, make no mistake. There is a larger deductible on this management liability. Okay. The reason why I brought this to you is because FARA has a structure that has one umbrella policy that goes over all liability. Okay. Whereas we have an umbrella policy that goes over your general liability, auto liability, and your pollution liability. And then we go outside to another carrier to get the employment practices liability or management liability, as we say. The benefit in doing that is you're keeping claims off of the liability insurance carrier that is going to insure the property coverage as well, the auto. So you're protecting that policy. It's going to have a lot more coverages. Okay. There's also the option of choice of counsel, which may be a big deal. Some districts, they like to use certain attorneys, and those attorneys aren't always approved by insurance carriers. And so what happens is there's an impasse between the insurance carrier and the attorney that the district wants to use. And usually the attorney maybe they're going to charge them more. And so the district's going to pick up that extra expense. Now, I would recommend that, that we continue to look if all is said and done and the district decides to make a change. My recommendation would be that we try to look at seeing other options for the employment practice or management liability and see about increasing those limits at least to $4 or $5 million. I think that would be a little bit more beneficial. I do think over the next 12 months, carriers would be interested in those options. And I do think that we can get some competitive bids, probably pretty close to what you're seeing in the annual estimated premium there. In February, we spoke about some property deductibles. I had mentioned why pay the insurance carriers extra money when you guys aren't turning in claims and you have the finances as a district to take on some of the risk yourself. So what's in front of you is two options. There's a total premium there of $254,000 with all the coverages that we discussed. And that has a $10,000 property deductible for your stations, your buildings, as well as your contents inside the buildings. Okay. Again, when you look at the next premium, it says $204,000. That's with a $100,000 deductible on the stations and buildings and contents. If you look at your guys' loss history over the last 10 years, you've had very minimal property claims. And I would also say that those property claims that may come up, you probably wouldn't even turn into your insurance carrier anyways. You'd probably take care of them as a district because they're going to end up taking on some type of a premium increase later on. So again, I was asked to provide some alternatives. I do believe that the alternatives in front of you are beneficial to the district. I can also share with you that San Ramon Valley Fire also received very similar terms, and they have approved to move forward with us and remove themselves from FARA. One of the benefits of this option compared to FARA is that we do have the ability to tailor coverage for the district. And when I say tailor coverage, the district wants to take on some of the risk and not pay insurance premium. You guys want to hold that money, you have the ability to do that and see some of the premium decreases. So something to think about for the district. I hope that, that this has been beneficial. And if there's any questions, please let us know. Yes.
I guess I have a couple of questions. So one of them is not necessarily to you. So July 1st is the first time we can. Can we do it July 2nd or August 1st, or is it a once a year thing?
It's a once a year thing.
So we either have to decide today we're going to do it or have to wait a year.
Correct.
Okay. Back, some more questions if that's
Yeah.
okay. So what's the premium that we're currently paying and for the slightly higher D&O policy? It sounds like, but otherwise pretty much the same.
Yeah, I would defer to Gloria Ann, but it looks like based on your insurance costs, last year was 224,000, and this year, knowing that you guys went out to the marketplace, it sounds like FARA came in with a premium very similar. Is that correct? So 224,000 currently.
So the difference would be if we took the $100,000 deductible for property, which we kind of never claim, it has a 4-year payback.
And ultimately, it could end up being larger next year too. Again, yes, that's a perfect way of describing it. But there is about $40,000 in property premium that you guys are saving by taking on a $100,000 deductible.
And we have the ability, you talked about management, which sounded like it was sort of employment stuff. What about D&O insurance?
That's so the E&O insurance would be in the general liability limit, which is that 11 million that you see. That's going to be through the so on this page right here. That's currently there.
Said E&O. What's
errors and omissions? Directors and officers is a separate coverage. Errors and omissions would be like handling a patient at a scene, administering aid. Those fall in the realm of professional and general liability insurance.
What about the D&O part of
The
it?
directors and officers coverage, you have currently, I believe it's 10 million. Under this, you would have 3.
So is it a lot more expensive to get the extra 7?
To get the extra 7, it's going to depend. Based on the pricing for a 5 million, so you have a 3 million on your terms right now, you're looking at another 18,000 for insurance. The next, call it 4 or 5, are going to be cheaper because as you get further away from your primary 1 million limit, which is the first insurance that's going to trigger, the next layers get cheaper. Okay. So if you guys wanted to get to a 10 million, you'd probably be somewhere between, I would say, at least $80,000 to $100,000 for just that coverage. As right now, you're at 60 with a 3 million limit.
So that's 10 times as expensive as it is if you're an HOA executive, for example.
Oh, yeah.
Why?
That's because you're talking about employment practices liability and directors and officers. So if you were to split out the actual directors and officers coverage, which I wouldn't recommend because it's pretty much built into your management liability for employment practices, which is, employee claims, they're going to sue the district, those sort of issues. The employment practices liability is typically going to be triggered more than the directors and officers coverage.
Right.
So that's why when you look at the premium on that, you're really paying for the employment practices liability.
Right. So why wouldn't we want to, if we care more about I'm personally interested in the D&O part of it.
Sure.
So, and that's the part that I know is relatively inexpensive. I don't know about this kind of board, but boards in general, it's much less expensive than the other because you have very few claims. You have to do something pretty bad to get a claim that way.
Yeah.
There are all kinds of employment law that triggers
absolutely
bad things as we've had some experience with.
Sure.
So can we increase just the D&O part of it?
Yeah, absolutely. We can go out and get a separate policy or increase just the directors and officers coverage. Given the conversation that I had earlier and my recommendation, I would recommend that over the next 12 months, we look at getting a $5 million limit and see what the price increase would be. Again, based on what I'm hearing from the marketplace, it's about $18,000 for another 2 million, and that would include the directors and officers as well. The reason why I say that is because I do think something closer to a 5 million for both would be good. You're concerned about the directors and officers coverage, but my thoughts are the employment practices, I think, would be good to also increase to 5.
Except that the current, if you compare apples and apples, then if we actually have the same coverage that the current policy has, this is more expensive.
Could be.
Much more expensive. Why would we do that?
This gives you the option to choose. I mean, like I said, I unfortunately, I didn't start the program that you guys are currently in and dictate those deals where you can't leave or I mean, that's the caveat to this, unfortunately. If we could do something today, it would probably be a lot easier to give you accurate numbers on what a director's and officer's policy would look like at 5 million and keeping the $3 million management liability. But the issue is that you're pretty much stuck for 12 months.
Well, I get that, but let's say we have perfect knowledge of what's going to happen and you already made a couple of guesses. Your guesses mean it's going to cost us more to get the same coverage.
Yes, it could.
So why would one do that?
Because it could also go up next year with FARA as well.
Yeah, to illustrate that point, I noticed that between 2020 and 2025, the FARA premiums have quadrupled from 57,000 to 224. You said earlier that it's only gone up a few $100
this year.
And you said you think that's because FARA knows we're shopping around for.
They do know. They do know.
They do know.
Yeah.
Is that a
Absolutely
reasonable
can't do
inference
that, right?
that suddenly they're thinking that they can't increase our prices so much because we're looking for an alternative? And I guess what argument you might make is if we decide, we're never going to look at anybody else again, it might be a $300,000.
I can't, so
next year because they think that we got us, right?
Well, and they don't have that flexibility, right? I mean, it's a formula, it's based on how many claims we have and what the overall claim history is for the whole consortium that we have and all that, right? It's not, and I assume that's why our premiums went up along the way. Sure, things go up in general, but I assume we had a whole lot more claims at some point that made our premiums go up. Is that true?
Right. They set the premium and they do it by district. So I don't know what their formula is and how they do it. I don't know.
Well, you're on the board, right?
No, I'm not on the FARA board.
Thought we had a representative on the board.
No, we do
We
not.
have a representative to some aspect of it, right?
No.
Was that the employment thing, the one of these things that we had? You were on the board of?
I was on the fastest board, which is workers' compensation.
Oh, okay, sorry. But they can't just randomly, I mean, it's not like a regular insurance company that can say, hey, I want to charge you one thing, I want to charge somebody else. We're part of a consortium that theoretically has guidelines of what they can do, right? No?
I'll just share with you that the rate increase that you saw last year of 32% was not felt by a number of other districts.
Oh, so it is random.
In fact, I really don't know why. There was another district in the Napa County area that saw a 12% increase. There was another district that saw an 18% increase. I was actually shocked when I did see that you guys saw a 32% increase this last year. I do know that their formula, the formula structure has changed over the last year, but they can do things with your guys' premium throughout the year. Absolutely.
This is included, I mean, getting rear-ended on a Highway 24 is one of the claims that is included in this, right? And didn't we submit?
No, because that would be the 25-26 premium. Right? That would be the premium we're paying. There's a 0% increase.
Because
that happened in that happened and we made a claim for, which would have packed our 25 premiums.
Oh, okay. Well,
It could be the lawsuit though.
Yeah, that's a question I had to Jonathan. So is this the insurance that would cover us for lawsuits where they would be deductible and they would pay the rest? It says, okay.
And
So it makes sense. We had
a fairly.
Yeah, we did.
And did they also pay for our, like the lawsuit over the employee and the two lawsuits that have been?
Yes, those were both claims.
Yeah.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Okay, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That would
So
definitely be a driver.
That would make sense.
So while I appreciate the work you've done, I'm not ready to approve getting out the FARA plan today. I just feel we get better coverage, cost maybe less, maybe about the same. So I'm not ready to vote to remove ourselves from FARA tonight.
Okay.
Let's make it
So
simple.
if we say we want out, can we change our mind along the way?
That's a great question. I had the same one.
So you have to give
What
them
happens
notice.
if we say,
And
give
what-
them notice, and then 6 months down the road, we decide, we change our mind, we want to stick with them?
I don't know.
Can I share?
Yes, please.
So San Ramon gave notice last year, the 12-month notice. They have gotten terms from our agency. They said they would not give them terms because they're leaving and that they would be subject to the 10% withdrawal. And they said, if you can't find coverage, we can't allow you back.
Playing hardball.
Yeah.
I'm not going to put words in their mouth, but that was what was discussed. My proposal was public. It was given to the district approved it. Monday, the district received FARA terms that were conveniently less. The district went forward with our proposal today. But I guess I should say they kept our proposal in place. So again, I don't want to get into the minutia of my competition, but that was what happened. A number of other districts who have done this over the last few years that we insure as well. We've given them alternatives and just let them know these are the options that you have. And that was also the same information that was provided to them by the general manager, was that, if you guys leave, we're not going to let you back. If you do come back, you're going to be subject to 3-year upfront commitment, whatever the bylaws say. And then you are also going to be subject to new underwriting criteria, which may not allow you back in.
It almost sounds like an antitrust violation.
So,
Right?
Doesn't it?
Doesn't it? I mean, one might conclude that FARA is not playing FARA.
yeah, and my job is not to turn anybody. These are just the things that I've dealt with over the last week, especially. And that's why I'm up here, and I didn't come in and say, hey, even though we might look a little bit higher on paper, because I think Gloria and I spoke to you and I said, yeah, I wish we were a little bit less.
Yeah.
But
No,
I still
get
came
it.
today because
Get
I think it's important for you guys to understand that there are other options out there.
Yeah, no.
So
what
I
was
think
the,
it's a lot closer choice than, I understand Director Danzinger's concerns, but I think you've made a persuasive argument, and
so why, if San Ramon had a cheaper alternative than, and the ability to get back in, why did they not do it?
they felt that it was a bad business tactic, which is what I was told today as I was sitting in your guys' parking lot waiting for the meeting. This all happened today.
it is.
So the board
Just
was
past the smell.
upset with it. And again, I want to be on the record saying that I'm not trying to turn anybody away from anybody or put FARA in a bad light. That's not what I'm here for. That was what happened and occurred today.
Wow.
Wow, because the whole locking in for 3 years and all that seems, it makes you wonder about the other practices they have, I guess. is what I would say.
Another district said that is un-American. That's what that's what the district told me. We can't choose. I said, listen, here's what we got. So, yes. And
Are there a lot of companies? I mean, I don't know anything about insuring public entities. Are there a lot of companies that are in that business?
Insuring public entities, yes, I would say it's definitely more niche, and there's a lot less than businesses, obviously. And I would also say that the fire district space is very, very small compared to public entities. The one benefit, though, that you guys do have is, there are a lot of pool options out there. FARA is currently a pool. There are other pools out there, and so. FARA touts themselves as being the fire district pool, but again, there are other pools out there that have insurance through municipalities, and I actually insure a number of them.
What are those called? And you wouldn't.
So California Intergovernmental Risk Authority, CIRA, is one. They insure a number of towns and cities, but they also insure districts. We've got Rancho Cucamonga with them, Central Santa Cruz Fire with them, number of others.
When you say we, your insurance
I'm actually the
agency
broker for
works
the.
as a broker, and that again takes the 10% commission.
That's correct. So
Why didn't we look at some of those?
Place coverage for that. So given the time frame of this this particular renewal, I was not able to get terms from them this year. I do think that they could be a viable option next year, but
That's something that we should.
everything
Yeah,
that's.
I feel like we need another year. Sorry.
Yeah, I do
On
too,
June-
but
on
I
June
think we
20th.
ought to be, given the tactics, I mean.
Yeah.
I'm trusting that what you're telling us is
You
accurate
can, I
information,
would
but
urge you to
I
call.
don't, I'm not inclined to do businesses with companies that pull stunts like that. In the long term, you got to look for someone who plays fair.
I would say in
Right?
the long term, yes.
Yeah.
In the long
Short term,
term.
I don't think it's practical tonight.
I think we're
Agreed.
too much, I think probably we're under,
I think
literally
this
under
is-
the
yeah,
gun.
like when we started in February, that was the right time. to Start.
Yeah, but I mean, even then, carriers aren't going to give us terms in February, unfortunately.
I know.
So, but completely, like I said, I wanted to come here and at least have the discussion with you guys.
And I appreciate
Feel free to
it.
do the
It's been very
research.
valuable.
I would encourage you to reach out to, San Ramon. If you want other contacts, to other districts who have left and are happy, I'd be happy to put you in contact with those districts as well.
Okay.
That's great.
Yeah, I would say we ought to keep these lines of communication open. We should be looking for alternatives in the future.
And be sure to put it on the agenda for far enough in advance next
Yeah.
time to make sure we can really get it.
For us to
done.
make the decision. I
Yeah.
think it's for us to make the decision. I know the numbers might not be final, but I think if we had more time to think about it,
Right.
it would be helpful.
I agree.
So it can't be on the June agenda for next year. It's got to be on some agenda earlier to make a decision before June of next
January
year.
or February?
Like March.
Yeah, I think we'd have to give an actual presentation. They would not give us terms until at least April. We'd have to be 90 days away. So we could work on it before. But essentially we'd have to give terms to you April and then you guys could make the decision.
April would be, May, we would.
That's fine.
April, would be
Yeah.
fine.
And so.
Not too far in advance to say, hey, let's tentatively add an agenda item for April to you guys revisit this issue.
So, and then just so I can kind of backcheck here. So essentially what's going to happen is you'll stay in FARA for the next 12 months.
Yeah.
Actually, it'd be the next 24 months.
Yeah.
So that's,
Yeah, that's right. It would have to be 24 months. By which case where our premiums may be $324,000.
hard to say. I mean, it's my understanding that
I'm being rhetorical.
they've tried to do, a pretty good job this year with their renewal.
Yeah,
But yeah.
yeah. Competition does some remarkable things.
You can at least. Good.
So do we need to have public comment?
So we will open public comment. We have one in-person public comment.
Good evening again, Nick Warren off for the record. Just very quickly on a detail. I only know a little about this and nothing about public entity insurance, but what I do know is that increasing the deductible dramatically reduces your premium.
Right.
And I noted in the budget presentation that there was a very well-funded treasury bill ladder, which would, to me, it would seem that there is at least an avenue there for, I think, for doing some kind of self-insured retention, I think it's called, where you just look at some of that money as your own insurance,
Yeah.
a self-insured retention. That's my only.
I think that's a great point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I do.
Thank you.
Yeah, we could even think about a $200,000 deductible and take the chance that what
Yeah.
happened the last year doesn't happen again.
Yep.
Okay.
Moving on to item 10.3, authorize the purchase of one Pierce Manufacturing Enforcer Pumper Type 1 fire engine.
Good evening, directors. As we started the budget process for the fiscal year 25-26, we had put in there money for a purchase of $1.5 million for a new Type 1 engine. As we started working through that process and seeing the direction the board was going, we started to reach out to Golden State Fire Apparatus, who is the company we would purchase the engine from. As that discussion progressed, they told us that we were looking at a 3 to 5% increase in cost of the fire engine starting July 1, 2025. So staff was able to work with Golden State to get a contract for the board to consider whether we want to make that purchase this fiscal year under the 24-25, or do we want to push it out to 25-26? If the board chooses to make that purchase now under the current fiscal year, there are two options for the board to consider. Option A, where there is a savings, but we do pay that money up front within, I think it's 30 days. And then we don't take delivery from anywhere from 3 to 5 years. And it is really looking somewhere between 4 and 5 years. I don't see anything on the horizon that is showing us that's going to change. So that is what staff's presenting to seek direction on what the board wants to do with that purchase of the fire engine.
Good question.
Yes.
So I guess the fundamental question is, when do we need it? Because if we don't need it for 10, just pick an extreme example. If we don't need it for 10 years, we certainly don't need to buy it now.
The type 1 or the type 3 or both?
Anything. This is the first one we're doing here, right? So when do we need it? Because that's really what we need is your advice saying it isn't broken right now, or it isn't worn out right now, but in 4 or 5 years, or in 6 or 7 years, or whatever the answer is going to be, we need a new one. Because otherwise, there's no reason to buy one early. So when do we need it?
So the fleet's aging. As we ran into the situation a month or so ago where we had multiple engines that were out of service. We bumped up the purchase date based on the time frame of the manufacturer. So I believe the purchase was scheduled for a couple years out, but because we're 4 to 5 years for delivery, we are now adding that time. So staff recommended let's purchase it in 25-26, but because of that 3 to 5% increase, we said it might make sense to make that purchase now. It would help us tremendously to have new fire engines tomorrow. We have 2 that were ordered and we're still waiting for delivery on. So ordering this and hopefully, 4 to 5 years, we're going to have 3 brand new frontline engines.
And it was a 3 to 5% increase if we sign this July 1st.
Yes, sir. They couldn't narrow it down any further to that.
So,
But, so the only decision we have to do is, are we going to pay now and not get this engine for maybe 5 years, or pay upon receipt of the engine, right? And I mean, if we tell them now, tomorrow that we want to buy this, but we're not going to pay till it comes in. I mean, that's an option, right?
Yes, sir. So there's 2. One, do we want to make the purchase and the budget adjustment to this fiscal year? That's the first question.
Okay.
If the answer is yes, then the second part of that question is what option do we want?
So, I'm thinking right now is we don't pay upfront $1 million now for a vehicle we're going to get in 5 years, that $1 million invested some way is going to cover this difference to me. I don't see paying $1 million today for something we're going to get in 5 years. I'm sorry, that's.
Can I ask a couple of questions?
Yes.
I actually think we have 3 options. Even if the first option is not really viable, let me use it as a thought experiment. If we don't contract for and we don't pay either of the 2 fire engines now and wait for another year, our biggest risk, well, we have 2 risks. We have the risk that we may need both engines earlier than 5 or 6 years, and we won't have them. We also have inflation risk. We do know that the industry for producing fire engines is consolidating. Private equity is going and buying up these companies and reducing them to fewer companies, which means that the remaining companies have pricing power and they can raise the prices. So we have I think we have significant inflation risk. We may not be paying 3 to 5% for a fire engine that we buy next year. We could be paying 15 or 20% more, particularly if we put it off for a couple of years. So there's an advantage in making a decision early. And if we sign the contract, we lock the price in for either or both. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then the second question is whether we pay up front. And if we pay up front, we could take each of those fire engines separately, because you said there's a separate discount rate for each. One is a 3.4% and one is 1.8. So then we just basically have to look at where we think interest rates are going. Because if interest rates are going to be maintaining at 4 or greater, we don't pay up front. If we think we can't, count on interest rates maintaining at 4%, then it makes sense to pay up front for one or both, right? What am I missing here?
Nothing. I think the long-term, like there was the federal home investment that we had was 3.8%, which is a year-long due in April. So I would think you're thinking 3.5 more than 4 on interest rates going forward.
So the math I did, and I sent it to you guys last night, the smaller of the two, the one that costs 500 and something, the discount they're giving implies a 1.8%, cost of money, if you want to think of it that way. So that's the rate of return they're giving you on your money. And so we could obviously earn more than that. Even the longer term forecasts aren't assuming less than 2%. Even on Fed funds rates. So that's a bad discount, I guess is the way I would say it, which means, there's no reason to buy that one up front, to pay for that one up front, because they're not giving you enough of a discount to make that worthwhile. The other one, on the other hand, though, this one, it's giving you a 4% per year, assuming a 4.5-year delivery time, which is in the middle of their range of when they thought it was going to be. It gives you a little over almost 4.1% rate of return for the whole period, for the 4.5 years, which is higher than we're earning today. So that one would give, and to get it down to where we're earning, where we would expect to earn, it'd have to be delivered in 6 years. So that one is potentially, better to buy it up front.
It seems to me that locking in the price now, based on what we know of tariffs, et cetera, is locking in the price today is better than waiting anytime to.
And it's not just tariffs.
I know it's inflation, but there's a whole bunch of components to it.
There's a whole bunch of components. I just finished reading a book called Choke Points, and it's a fascinating book. Just came out a couple months ago. And it's not just tariffs, but it's about sanctions and export controls. And I think that these are mostly domestic industries, but even domestic industries are so tied in with the global supply chain that they're getting parts from Canada and Mexico and Europe and Asia. I mean, we're assuming there's absolutely no risk that these companies don't come up with a reason to break the contract and raise the price or impose more fees. So my gut tells me, pay them both up front, sign the contracts, pay them both up front, get the discounts, and eliminate our inflation risk.
But those are two different questions.
Yeah.
So there are 3 questions we have to ask. Do we want to buy them now? And do we need them so that we have to order them now? And I think the answer I've heard is yes. So now we know we need to buy them. Well, we certainly don't want to wait, a month and buy them after the discount goes away, because after the price increases. So you want to buy them before the price increases, because that's going to happen July 1st. So now we need to sign a contract, both of them, to buy them now. And the third question is, do we pay for them now, or do we pay for them on delivery? And I think the answer is different for them, because they offer very different rates of return for that. So the answer for the
Type 1.
Well, which one's
More expensive one. So you're saying
for the more expensive one,
Pay for the type.
pay for the type 1 and defer the type 2.
exactly.
So right now, type 1 is before you, the
Yes,
type
the
1.
big one is before us, right?
Yes.
And that's the one you should, because they're giving you a big discount,
I would say
bigger than the expected. We're already locking in the price. That's not the question. The only question is the financing, the rate of return on your financing. And at the moment, they're offering a 4.1% rate of return, which is more than we can get today in the market for our financing. And that's, so.
You agree with that?
No, I agree with the analysis. Yeah. So if I was picking, I would.
Well, if we're doing risk,
What's on
then
the
we-
agenda right now, item 10.3, I
You-
would say, sign the contract.
Sign the contract and pay
Pay
and get the discount.
in July. That's when we ever have to pay it.
We have to pay 30 days after, right?
Yeah, you get the $182,000 discount. It's worth it.
Yeah.
Well, it says
I agree with that.
200,000. Is the 200,000 in option A inclusive of the? I'm just looking on like page 308 and 309, and one says it's a $200,000 discount.
But you also say that you save the tax, you save 10%.
Okay, that's
So it's another $18,000, so it's $198,000.
Save 10%.
Right.
Okay,
Right. I agree. I think
that's where I was.
So that's, for this item, I would say you keep having your hand up. So what do you?
I would just say about the prepayment, as a general rule, the district does not prepay for a purchase, right? Because there's risk, right? You never want to give someone your money, whoops, excuse me, you just give someone your money without getting
What if they
what you're
declare
paying
bankrupt?
for. Well, exactly. What if whoever Golden State declares bankruptcy? And I'm sure that the contract will be, but we'll end up in some sort of legal fight, What if they have a fire where they're in their manufacturing plant? I don't know. So there's definitely risk with paying $1 million for something that you're not going to receive for several years.
Right. But I agree. And your point being that we shouldn't do it?
That's always my recommendation is that we do not prepay.
I have a question then. I thought 2 years ago, when we ordered the fire engine that is on order, that's coming in 2 more years, we paid for it. It was a $2 million upfront payment. We did not pay for that upfront.
No, we have not paid for any upfront for any fire engine. So the only thing we have paid upfront is when we doing these ambulance remounts recently, we had to pay 50% of that, but it was it's not $1 million purchase.
Well, can I get input from chief, deputy chief and council? Because I think she's raised a good point. And if that's been the longstanding practice, then departing from the practice causes me some concern. And I'm willing to reconsider my opinion.
Can I ask a clarifying question before you answer that though? So are we entering into a contract with whatever this Golden State, whatever? Are we giving them the money or are we giving the manufacturer the money?
We would be giving Golden State Fire Apparatus the money.
And who is Golden State Fire Apparatus?
Question.
Are they
Distributor?
like a dealer, right? Are they like a dealer?
Right.
I'm sorry.
This is Director Jex. A question. What's the status of the 2 damaged fire engines? Are they repairable or not?
I'm not sure if I'm following. So currently we have one engine that is out of service that is being repaired with the insurance claim.
It's repairable.
Yes.
But it's going to take a while.
We're expecting that to come back to us. The estimations were to come back to us in July to be back in service. However, like we've seen across the market, we've seen extended times for parts and supplies. So I say that all with an asterisk, but we are, as of right now, expecting it to return to our district in service in July.
So again, who is Golden State Fire Apparatus? Is it a cooperative that we buy things through? So who's going to hold the money, I guess is the question.
Yeah, so the Golden State Fire Apparatus is a vendor. So they are the ones brokering. So just like Chevy or Ford or anybody else, when you purchase the vehicle, you don't purchase through Chevy, you purchase through the dealership. In this case, they're the authorized dealer that has the authority through Pierce manufacturer to deliver to vend the apparatus. And through Golden State, they have the cooperative purchasing agreement that meets the requirements of our district and other governmental agencies through Sourcewell. So they have a cooperative government purchasing agreement that meets our requirements.
So
How long has Golden State been in existence?
They're an established dealer and vendor. They've been around for quite a while. I don't know the exact years, but I know that they deal across our state and beyond, and certainly throughout the whole Bay Area.
So But it's whoever we're buying the engine from,
Pierce.
who make Pierce is actually offering the discount. So should we assume the money is actually going to Pierce? Or is it just is it stopping at Golden State and they're going to pay him whatever they want to pay him?
So the purchase is made through Golden State, and Gloria, correct me if I'm wrong, but this contract is with Golden State. So
But again, who gets the money? Because if it goes all the way to, if Pierce is giving us the discount, or are they giving these guys the discount? Because back to Gloria's question, it matters who ultimately has been paid. Because if we've actually paid the vendor, I'm not worried about if they've got that much, if they're 4.5 years of backlog, they're going to be making money. Because they're basically monopolists and they can charge anything they want to anytime they want to, and we're all just stuck.
Are you talking about Pierce or Golden State?
Pierce.
Pierce, yeah.
And so if Pierce is the one that ends up with the money, then we should be fine.
Yeah,
But if they don't, then we got a problem.
yeah.
Now, it's not, at the end of the day, is it a huge difference about, do we earn 4% versus, 3%? It's not super compelling that we pay them up front. The other one, it's obviously you shouldn't pay them up front, by the way. But this one, the math would say that unless you think it's going to be 6 years till they're delivered, it's better to take it up front. But it really makes a difference who's going to get the money.
So on this, this proposal here, it says that the customer shall pay the total purchase price to Golden State Fire Apparatus.
Well, what do they do with it?
Doesn't say.
Well, that'd be a good question to ask. If we're worried about risk, they clearly don't have any assets, which is fine. They're a broker, so they're not the deep pocket we're looking to. If they actually make the payment on our behalf to the other folks, that's interesting. But otherwise,
We're not going to figure that out tonight. And in the absence of that information, I'm changing my opinion. We should sign the contract on this one and hold on to the money.
And it is approximately 49.5 to 52.5 months. So
4.5 is the max.
4.5.
Yeah, 4.5.
Yeah.
So I assume 4.5.
Directors, if I may, and thank you for pointing that out. I wanted to bring that to the attention of the board as well. So, and I quote, the product shall be ready for final inspection by customer at the manufacturing facility within approximately 49.5 to 52.5 months after the executed date. The foregoing estimate is provided in a good faith approximation to the date. And I will also note that that our previous order of 2 Type 1 engines was delayed. So
By how much?
a year pending. And
No, it's 6 years. Could be.
so, yeah, so I want to draw that to the attention and not to detour your thoughts, but these are some of the challenges, and this is why Chief Isaacs and myself certainly agree that we are in need of apparatus, and that's what's led us into some of these challenges.
Yeah.
But it has a break even of a year later than they're expecting. But again, if you're not actually paying the manufacturer, I think we should know this, by the way, just generally, because I don't know if you'd ever, it makes you kind of wonder when even though we say we're going to pay these guys, how do we know they're going to give the money to the other folks?
Right.
We're paying a dealer $1 million.
Yeah.
They could go bankrupt the day after we write the check.
Yeah.
We need to find out what their credit rating is.
Yeah.
And there are
Exactly. I
wonderful
agree.
companies that do that.
So are you changing
They're
your
almost
mind?
free.
Are you saying now that we should,
Well,
absent that information?
What I'm
that
saying is
sign
we
the
should
contract?
know this before you guys should have told us what's happening to the money and what the credit rating is of this company before we made this decision.
Sir, I absolutely understand that. That's not standard practice in the fire service industry. Every agency goes to these brokers to do this. It's standard in all my years. I've never heard, and I understand the questions, and we're happy to get those answers. But they could tell us, why you're $1.2 million contract. Why do I need your business?
These guys?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
that's not the question. The question is, are they creditworthy? And you can make one phone call to Dun & Bradstreet and answer that question.
Copy that, sir. We will make that happen.
So for next time, but when we want to spend $1 million and figure out that we're going to write somebody $1 million check, even if it's in 4.5 years, before we write that check, we better know that we're writing it to somebody who isn't going to go bankrupt the next day.
Well, we have 30 days, right? Because
No.
we can sign we
No,
can
no.
We have
authorize
30 days from the day we sign the contract.
from the
but-
day we sign it. We sign the contract on, we
Well,
authorize them to sign the contract on July 31st. It gives us 30 days to check out the credit rating.
I think, yeah,
I'm not worried about the credit rating
No,
when we enter the order. I'm worried about the
that's-
credit rating when we write the check.
Right.
I mean, it feels like to me, we just agree to purchase that.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. To me, it seems like we agree to purchase to get the discount.
And pay for it later.
And pay for it later.
Yeah.
Because of
Not
uncertainty.
get the discount.
And not get the
Yeah.
discount.
That's my inclination.
Yes.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Given the information we have right now, that seems to be the most prudent.
Yeah, but again,
Agree.
companies literally go back now. You get to look backward and for a year and things when you have particular bankruptcy. But having dealt with a few companies that went bankrupt corporately, not personally,
We need a motion.
it's a pain
So we're
that
going to open public
Yes.
comment and then
Okay.
we'll entertain the motion. And so public comment is open. We have one in-person public comment.
Nick Warrenoff again for the record. I think Director Jorgen's comment about the risk of bankruptcy is actually more serious than what he even said, because there could be a perfectly fine credit rating today or next month, but if you're looking at a delivery a couple of years out, in my opinion, you're taking an enormous risk. And all I can say is I'll never forget when, as a safety measure, I invested in Enron.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
so, but
Okay.
Yeah, and they looked really good
and
right
it-
up until they didn't.
They did. And if you analogize this to when you go to buy a personal car, your own vehicle, you only put down a very small amount and you're not really obligated. You don't put down more, even when they give you the VIN and they tell you the car's on the boat and how far across the ocean
Right.
it has sailed, you're still really not putting down serious money until it lands. That would be my concern, but I'm just offering my own experience, having been a partial bankruptcy lawyer.
all I'm saying is the day before we actually write the check, 4.5 years from now, it would be appropriate, I believe, to understand the credit rating of the company you're writing the check to.
Yeah. Okay. I think
It's a big
thank
check.
you.
Thanks, sir. Understood.
Anything else? Any other public comment?
We have no more public comment.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion
Thank you.
to authorize the purchase of as stated in item 10.3
Without the discount.
without, for option B.
Option B.
Option B is signing the
Pay upon
contract,
delivery,
holding on to the funds.
pay upon delivery.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that for me? Just
I'd like to make a motion to authorize the purchase of the Pierce Manufacturing and Force of Pumper White Type 1, as stated here for the amount of 1.213486, and we pay upon delivery within 3 to 5 years at that cost.
This is Romer, I second.
And could you authorize the capital projects fund budget adjustment increase?
Oh, okay. And authorize capital projects fund expenditure budget adjustment increase in the amount of $1,213,486.
As amended, Romer seconds.
Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Jex.
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
President Hassler.
Aye.
Invite me to see this when it arrives, okay?
Yeah.
Item 10.4, authorize the purchase of one, and there was an error in the staff report. It should read for a BME Target Model 34 Type 3 fire engine. Staff report?
So I think,
Grand Targhee is a ski resort in Wyoming.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
wonder if there's a connection.
Good evening, directors. Item 10.4 is very similar to 10.3. It's authorizing the purchase. This engine's not a type 1. This is a type 3 wildland engine. Again, we had put this in the capital projects for purchase in 25, 26, but because of the extended time to get the engines and the 3 to 5% cost from Golden State increased July 1, staff seeking the same direction. One, do we purchase it and make the budget adjustment in this fiscal year? And then what option A or option B would the board like to make?
Is there any reason or reasoning should be different on the three as it was on the one?
No,
Basically the same concern,
Well,
correct?
it's even less interesting because there's no reason to want to take the discount. But the other one, there might have been a reason. This one clearly isn't good.
I think we should move to public comment.
Public comment is open. We do not have any public comment.
Do we have a motion?
I move we approve the item as assuming option B.
Second.
And that includes the capital projects.
Yes,
fund
the whole
expenditure budget
motion that
adjustment.
was there, the whole item that was there, yes.
Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Jex.
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
President Hassler.
Aye.
Item 5, adoption of resolution 2509 and district policy 26, policies and procedures for waiving district service fees pursuant to ordinance 2501. This excludes EMS and ambulance fees.
Good evening, directors. The item before you is a fee waiver policy and resolution. This came about from the fee study that we just recently did and the updated fees in the policy. Board gave staff direction to have a potential way for citizens to request a fee waiver instead of having citizens come to the board every meeting to request that waiving. We created a resolution working with district council that allowed the board to delegate that authority to the fire chief under certain circumstances. Those circumstances of public benefit, community access, financial hardship, or direct partnership. Staff seeks direction on how the board would like to do this, and we recommend adopting this resolution.
Seems reasonable to me. I don't have any questions or comments.
Makes sense to me too.
Yep.
Me too.
I agree.
All right.
Should we open it for public comment?
Public comment is open. We do not have any hands raised or in-person public comment.
I make a motion that we adopt the resolution 2509.
And district policy 26.
Second.
Yes.
Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Jex.
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
President Hassler.
Aye.
Item 10.6, adoption of resolution 2510 and district policy 25. EMS and ambulance transport financial hardship program policies and procedures.
Good evening, directors. Item 10.6 is very similar to 10.5. 10.6 will allow the waiving of fees based on a financial hardship for EMS, where 10.5 was the other fee schedule. This one is specifically to the EMS fees. And again, it allows the board to delegate to the fire chief under special circumstances or a financial hardship to waive the ambulance fees. Staff recommends the board consider and adopt this resolution.
This is,
Greg. Chief, do we don't have a policy like this at all? Is this brand new?
That is correct, sir. When we created the fee schedules with those policies, there was nothing in the policy to allow the waiving of fees. So we worked with council to create a resolution, and you couldn't just give me broad authority, hey, waive whatever you want. Council said it has to be very specific under certain circumstances that the board gives that or delegates that authority.
So the 200% is what we're using as the guideline. 200% of the current HHS poverty guidelines as a guideline in granting the waiver.
Based upon the number of persons in the household.
Yeah,
Right.
right. So that's kind of, all right.
Yep.
I get it.
Reasonable.
Yeah, Romer seems reasonable. 10.6 seems reasonable for the same reasons the 10.5 was. I haven't further
Yeah.
questions.
So I move we approve 10.6 then as written.
Well,
Or
first
10.7.
open public comment.
Oh,
Sorry.
Public comment is open. We do not have any public comment.
So I move we approve item 10.6 as written.
Romer seconds.
Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Jex.
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
President Hassler.
Aye.
Item 10.7, approve resolution 2513, authorizing a third amendment to technology services agreement with Definitive Network, Inc.
The district currently contracts with Definitive Networks Incorporated for information technology services. At the April 2025 board meeting, the board authorized a one-year extension of the agreement based on a proposal submitted by DNI in 2022. Subsequently, district council determined a contract amendment was necessary to continue the agreement with DNI. During fiscal year 2026, staff will complete an evaluation of the information technology contract and consider issuing an RFP for services. Staff recommends the board approve Resolution 2513, authorizing a third amendment to the technology services agreement with DNI for a one-year term of July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026, in an amount not to exceed $328,818.
I don't have any questions.
Public comment?
Public comments open. And we do not have any public comment.
I'll make a motion. We approve resolution 2513, authorizing the third amendment to the technology services agreement with Definitive Networks, Inc. for information technology services, fiber connections, management of mobile services and mobile data computers, Office 365 management of additional laptops, computers, and security to extend the term of period July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, in an amount not to exceed $328,818 for the extended term.
I second.
Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Jex.
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
President Hassler.
Aye.
Item 10.8, adopt resolution 2511, establishing the district's annual appropriations limit for fiscal year 25-26.
The district is required to annually adopt an appropriations limit. The appropriations limit has been calculated to be $41,606,942. Staff recommends the board adopt resolution 2511, establishing the district's annual appropriations limit for fiscal year 2025-26. This concludes the staff report.
Just a quick question. So once we amend the budget for this year, does that mean we're going to have $1.5 million or $1.7 million or whatever less that we're going to spend next year? Or which year were the fire engines already in it?
So the fire engine,
The two we just bought,
but those are going to be in fiscal year 25 budget.
and they already were in that budget.
No,
we had to
there
make
was
an
a
amendment.
budget adjustment.
So that means they're not in the one the budget we just approved then.
Correct.
So is the number we're approving, the 41 million, lowered by the $1.7 million or not?
No, it's not. It's a separate calculation.
Is that because it's the capital budget that's coming out of?
So the appropriations limit is separate from the budget. It's connected in that you have to, your budget for general fund expenditures effectively has to be lower than whatever the appropriations limit calculation is, but there are two separate and distinct numbers.
Well, we only have 35 million in revenue, so how can we have a $41 million authorization?
The appropriations limit is the calculation that has to be done. It's really not related to the budget. That's a different.
Is it a
has to be
formality?
related to the
Is it a
budget.
formality? What?
Yes, it's required by state law. It's a formality.
I'm confused. I mean, if it's
like
$6
a
million
debt,
different.
Okay, so what it is, okay, this appropriations limit is a constitutional spending cap approved by voters in 1979, and it limits the spending by local governments.
Right. how can it not be related to the budget? If our budget next year was zero, it clearly isn't going to be $41 million.
No, it is because you take last year's appropriation limit and you apply these two different factors to it, and that's how you get the new appropriations limit.
So it can only go
It's
up.
actually a
So
calculation.
It's just a calculation.
of what it can increase. So it couldn't go up from 41 million to $60 million then.
Very unlikely, correct?
Unlike, well, maybe there is, maybe you get more revenue for some reason, but okay.
Everybody sells their house.
Okay,
I understand,
fine.
but
Sounds bizarre.
okay.
Shall we open public comment?
Public comment.
Public comment is open. We do not have any hands raised or in-person public comment.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2511 establishing the district's annual appropriations limit for fiscal year 25-26.
I second that.
Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Jex.
Aye.
Director Jorgen.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
President Hassler.
Aye.
Item 10.9, blocking vehicle for scene protection. Staff report.
Good evening, directors. Back in December of 2024, engine 43 was struck by another vehicle in a rear end type accident while assisting Oakland Fire on a vehicle accident on Highway 24. This incident started as a discussion with the board and staff on the appropriateness of using, $1 million piece of equipment to protect the scene of an incident. And are there different options that don't cost as much? Staff has spent time, we looked at other options, blocking vehicles or vehicles that are called stinger vehicles. And staff also, Chief Lambert and I went and met with CHP. CHP has the statutory responsibility. They're the incident commander of freeway incidents. So, we talked to them to ask, hey, what is the best practice? How do we protect our personnel? How do we protect the citizens? How do we protect their officers on these incidents? They face the same issues we do. Their vehicles get struck. It's just not a million dollar fire engine. It's a police cruiser. So one of the things they shared with staff was the best way to protect the scene. One is to get on and get off. But other than that was to early warning. And for them, the early warning system is to get flare patterns out before vehicles enter the accident scene. And so we're working with doing some training and working with the CHP officers. The first CHP officer on scene, he's rolling into the incident. Chances are we're going to be the second and third pieces of equipment there. So our ambulance, our first due fire engine needs to get there. Our next due pieces of equipment need to be slowing down. They need to be setting out those flare patterns. That is one of the biggest things that we can do and the most effective things we can do. The stingers and the blocking vehicles work great, but they only block one lane. Most of our accidents, I would say probably 8 out of 10 are over multiple lanes. So that's why the angle or the fire engine is parked at an angle to protect those multiple lanes. So if we were to purchase or turn an old vehicle into a blocking vehicle, we're still going to have to use the fire engine at an angle to block multiple lanes. That blocking vehicle is designed to take that direct impact and only protect one lane. So as I said, staff and I, Chief Lambert and I were working to educate the crews, to work with CHP so they know where our flares are, our road flares on our fire engines. That's what Confire's done, is standardize the placement of those road flares. So if that second officer does show up after our first engine, they know what compartment to go to and they start putting those flares out. It's going to take time. It's going to take training of the staff. But we did get prices for some of those blocking vehicles, and they range anywhere from $150,000 to $250,000. One of the challenges we would have with that is, where do we house it? How do we respond it in our response matrix? So right now, a vehicle accident on the freeway, you're getting the ambulance, you're getting the first due engine, and you're getting the ladder truck, because that carries all our heavy rescue equipment and extrication equipment. We have 2 engines in the district, engine 43 and 42, that have light rescue equipment. So we wouldn't want to take engine 43 out of service to deploy a blocking vehicle, because if we got a second vehicle accident, that engine has the extrication equipment. So it's going to be challenging if the board were to pursue this, how we staff and respond that blocking vehicle. And again, we need to be realistic and understand that doesn't completely solve our problem. It's a difficult problem. Is the best option using $1 million piece of equipment to protect the scene? No, I think we can all agree on that. I think my recommendation would be that Chief Lambert and I continue to work with CHP, continue to do training and looking at some of these other options. Maybe we increase our response on the freeway to the BC or the deputy chief to add a second vehicle to start slowing that traffic down. CHP had some really good insight, during rush hour, it's pretty easy to slow that traffic down. Because of the volume of traffic there, we can get out in front of them. We can do that rolling roadblock at 2:00 in the morning. There's just not the volume of traffic and people are speeding. Chief Lambert, anything I missed on that you want to add?
No, I think you touched on it, but just as a review, we have, since the incident in Oakland involving our fire engine, we have made some CAD matrix changes to request the use of battalion chief outside of our district. So the county line with Alameda County and Oakland, they have a different response matrix. Our response matrix at minimum for all incidents on the freeway now, including an EMS call that's on the shoulder, is 2 apparatus and a battalion chief. Battalion chief provides that early warning for incoming vehicles. And as I've stated before, controlling the volume of incoming, allowing our apparatus to set up and position, and then slowing traffic as that early warning system in collaboration with other means like flares is a practice that we have and have used. However, we've expanded and are implementing even outside of our own agency.
Greg,
Go ahead.
I assume that we have standard practices when there's an accident on the freeway with the chief, you said a battalion chief and 2 engines. And there's standard practices on how, if we have to put flares out of the equipment, it's standard amongst all our stations, and it's something you practice, right?
Yes, sir. And that's something we're going to need to increase the training on, is we need to let staff know and the engine companies that, hey, here's what CHP told us. We're not always thinking flare patterns. We're thinking patient care. We're thinking extrication. So we need to get the crews to be thinking, hey, the captain and the paramedic start assessing the patients, that third crew member can start laying out flare patterns, or the communication on the radio to the next due piece of equipment, start slowing traffic down and start laying a flare pattern for us. We're going to have to change how we think and how we operate a little bit, and that's going to be training.
Does CHP do training for our firefighters on how to do that?
We did talk to them about doing joint training, and they were very open to, hey, coming in and talking to us. Doing a proper flare pattern isn't something that is a standard skill. And when we talked to the CHP captain and he was explaining how he did it and his time on the street, I went, I would have never thought of that or done it that way. So there is some, it's not super technical, but there's some tricks of the trade that can be learned there.
And just curious too, an accident on 24, we don't automatically send an ambulance?
No, we do, sir. So it's going to be
a battalion chief and an ambulance.
Yeah.
So what kind of vehicle when we had so many engines out of service, what was it we bought that was used recently from somebody locally?
We purchased the Type 1 engine from San Ramon.
Okay. And what do we use to do the blocking?
We use one of the responding engines. We either use the ladder truck, the truck 44, or the first due engines, or which would on the freeway 43 or,
Well, not a type 1.
45. It is a type 1. Mostly it's a type 1 or the ladder truck, sir.
So since it's the third vehicle and the type 1, I assume all of them could carry all the appropriate equipment that the big type 1s are the ones we actually use. Why don't we use the used one? Same vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Leave them parked next to each other. We have lots of street parking we could have.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand.
Well, instead of using $1
Respond,
million engine, we could use the $25,000 engine.
yes, sir.
Because it does the same thing, right? It's the same weight, same everything. You could put all the same equipment on it if you wanted to, but it only costs $25,000.
Right.
What is the protocol with regards to the responsibility? What dictates it? Ours is that responsibility versus highway patrol?
If I understand the
Because it's
question, sir,
the
it's
issue
who's in charge of the
is-
incident?
slowing traffic or stopping traffic. It seems to me if that's their responsibility, they ought to position their equipment rather than us.
Yes, sir. It is their responsibility. They're the incident commander. It's staffing issues for them. That first officer that arrives on scene is doing exactly what we're doing, is getting to the scene to assess the scene and see if there's patients, see if there's injuries. There's times where dispatch, CHP gets on scene and cancels us, and we're happy not to enter that. So if they have an officer available to respond as a second or even a third unit to that call, they would absolutely take over the responsibility of slowing traffic down. They're not going to necessarily park their patrol car to take that hit. They like to hide behind the big red fire truck. But that is something that we can suggest. Hey, this is your incident. You put your vehicle out there.
But since we have a $25,000 one right now, is there a reason we wouldn't want to use it?
None that I can think of, sir. Just operationally, how do we put that into the matrix? But I mean,
it's in
that's a
there right
very
now,
valid
right?
point.
It's at 45.
I don't know, is it?
It's not in service yet, so we're getting the radios and the lights and everything that we need to make it be able to put it in service. And that's a week or two out.
And which vehicle is it replacing at the moment, or is it temporarily replacing?
It would temporarily replace engine 43, which is the one that was hit and is still in the shop.
And that's placed at
You
43.
done mute your microphone?
And that's placed at 43, which is not the ideal location to responding to Highway 24 because 45 usually gets there first.
When we go single roll and we can roll engine, or we can respond engine 45 and medic 45 at the same time, yes, currently engine 43 will respond to the freeway calls because they're the closest engine, because we're responding medic 45.
Okay, cool. Okay, thank you.
Public comment?
Public comments open. Just state your name for the record, please.
Good evening, Jacob Rollo, IFF Local 1230. I just wanted to make a couple comments to support what the staff has stated and clarify a question I don't think really, or a comment that wasn't clarified. So when we're on the freeway, everyone's a target. And it makes sense to some extent to put the cheapest, most destructible item in the rear upstream, right? Likely to be struck first. But in our history and the most significant injuries we've had to date where multiple firefighters are retired, they were hit in the downstream of the incident. So the overall plan is to protect the lives of the firefighters and the patients and CHP and whoever else is on scene. And we take those actions seriously. Our intent is to get the incident off the freeway whenever possible, remove people from the shoulders and get them behind guardrails. But the vehicles themselves are subject to the drivers that pass by. And so I think just to reiterate one more time, we're trying to slow and clamp down the freeway flow to 1 or 2 lanes or none at all. And that's been beneficial, more so than the vehicle that happens to be in the rear, right? The caboose of this train isn't the one that gets hit all the time. Sometimes it's the engine in the front. And we hope that that's the case and that we will use those vehicles instead of humans. So that's kind of point one I wanted to clarify.
Can you explain that? That's sort of counterintuitive.
It is.
I'd assume that, 98% of the accidents are the ones that the traffic encounters first, and that's the upstream, which you're talking.
Sure, in a simple rear end, that
Give
may
me
be
an
the
example
case.
of where you'd have a downstream.
So with your guys' geographical knowledge, 24 east, coming out of the tunnel, going down towards the Orinda exit. It's downhill and the water goes across the freeway twice. Once from shoots into the center divide and then shoots out again by the Wilder exit. That creates a hydroplane opportunity, and vehicles aren't just slowing down rapidly, they're physically losing control. And that's what happened in 2010 when the vehicles were rolling over on themselves. So they came to a stop or attempted to stop when they saw the lights, but then went back around or they bounced off the center divide and come back in almost like a cue ball in a game of billiards. So there's in good intent, and we can only do so much. And certainly I think the increased training, flare patterns, choking down, there was a lot of issues initially. When I first got hired, firefighters getting arrested for having arguments with CHP. We've since made huge bridges in that regard. And now we're working together to say, we're here to save lives. We're going to shut down the freeway whenever needed. And I think that collaboration has been really beneficial. So understanding the firefighters know that we're not here to recycle our rigs. We're here to do a job. And I think this training is going to be beneficial. And I just wanted to kind of point that out, that where those are is relative.
That's very helpful. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
And we do not have any more public comment.
Okay, thank you. Nope, it's just an informative thing.
It was to provide direction. Okay, we'll move on to item 10.10, receive status update on Station 45 remodel project.
Good evening, directors. This has been an ongoing project for us and staff met with the architect. We hit a point where when we started the project and started to look at this with our architect, he told us the cost per square foot for a brand new fire station should be about $1,600 a square foot. When he got his cost estimate and after his staff met with county building department, who added fully sprinklered building, ADA compliant walkways out in front, and a new stairwell to go from the top story down, it increased our costs and we're almost $1,200 a square foot. So when I met with our architect, he sat down and said, hey, this is we're at that point where we need to ask ourselves, do we just do a new station? So Chief Lambert and I met with the ad hoc committee to go over the cost estimate, talk to the architect about certain considerations with this building and what the cost is. And, we are looking over $4 million. That's with the construction costs and the soft costs. And that's assuming everything goes right. That wasn't what happens if we have to move the firefighters out of the station. What do trailers cost to rent and those additional costs? So it caused us to take pause and to want to bring it back to the board for consideration to say, hey, the recommendation isn't to stop work on 45, is to continue the conversation. What other options are out there for 45? Because right now we're just remodeling bedrooms and adding some bathrooms at that cost. And it was enough for us to consider that, hey, we needed to bring it back to the board. And is this the financial responsibility and the best use of the taxpayer dollars? So staff is recommending that we continue the discussion with 45 and look at all options out there. I don't think anything should be off the table. I think we brainstorm and, whittle that list down to what makes sense and what's cost effective, while at the same time pivoting to focusing on the admin building and Fire Station 41. I met this afternoon, you heard the town manager from Moraga talk about the meeting we had with him and the superintendent for the Moraga School District. There may be some opportunity to have the discussion about some Moraga school property doing a swap. There's more discussion that needs to be had on that, but staff's recommending to pivot from 45 to 41 and setting up different ad hoc committees for that. But to continue the discussion with 45, I don't think that gets completely put on the back burner, but that we need to kind of figure out what we're going to do there. Happy to answer any questions.
This is Romer again. It sounds eminently reasonable and well thought out. I don't have any particular questions and kind of agree with it.
So I'm Director Danziger and I are on the committee, and at some point you end up putting lipstick on a pig, I think, and not to derate our station, but we're putting a lot of lipstick in this thing, and I think it's to me anyway. We needed to kind of take a big step back and say, what are the other alternatives? And I won't even go into some of the things because I'm sure our architect who's sitting in the back row will tell me I'm crazy about something, but is it a whole new fire station? Is it a whole new, the dormitory part of it? What do we really want to do? And I don't think we necessarily went deep into those alternatives before because the cost originally was a lot different than the cost is now. So I think for that building, that's fine. And I think the same kind of thing is a little bit true. We talked again in the committee with the architect and everybody else last week. And the idea there again was, we'd already talked about not doing, doing the admin and renting someplace and only building the fire station part of it. Well, we could also think about only building building it in sections. And there are some reasons that we had talked about that might make sense to do the dormitory part of it first, and but make it so that you could add to it and do it in a few segments, and which might help with our timing of cash flow and a lot of things. So I think it would be appropriate, as the resolution I think says, to either keep the 45 one going or add this responsibility to the committee or have a separate committee or whatever. I would propose that there is a fair amount that you have to learn about, and our architect has been wonderfully informative and helpful and cooperative in getting Steve and I up to speed. And so if there are more people that want to be involved on the committees and things, or have a separate committee, but I think to be honest, I think having the same one do both would make a lot of sense, because there's a lot of learning curve that I'm not sure. But if you guys want to spend that much time, that's great. But if you don't, I'm happy to be on both. I don't know how Steve feels about that, but.
Maybe just a question is, are you suggesting it become a 41 ad hoc committee? Or
I would say a 41 and 45 ad hoc committee, to expand the role of the 45 committee.
And is that okay to do it that way?
So the critical issue, because it's an ad hoc, is it has to be a limited duration, set of projects. And I think that it's fine probably to have 41 and 45 together. What I don't want this to morph into, though, is a facilities committee, which would be essentially a standing committee.
I don't want to do that anyway, so that's good.
So I think you're probably okay to have 41 and 45 because they're both limited duration projects.
Okay.
Yeah, this Director Danziger, as a member of the subcommittee, and what we heard about school district, and it really seems like the more immediate need would be Station 41 to start looking into that and putting all the pieces together. The possibility of a land swap you just mentioned. The admin office is getting pretty crowded, I hear. And, that's immediate need, and there's a lot of research and review that needs to be made to look at what we want to do there. There's just so many pieces right now. I think it would make sense to start looking at 41 again and maybe prioritizing that. I think and then there's, as Director Jorgen said, there's still a lot of questions on 45. He's come up with some brainstorms about what we could do there, and we haven't even looked at those really, about maybe just building a separate facility, but for the dormitories. But I think it makes sense to look at 41 even further and maybe prioritize that at this point.
So just to get guidance from the board for an item we'd probably bring forward at the next meeting, slightly restructuring the ad hocs. My recommendation would be, I think you can have 41 and 45 in one ad hoc, but I do think if you're going to consider the admin building, that should be a separate ad hoc.
But even though 41 and the administration building are together now, just because
Well, it's true, they are one building,
Yeah.
essentially. I guess that's a good point. The other way you could do it is you could separate 41 and 45. And so it could be 41 and an admin on one and then 45. I'm just concerned that when you start putting them all together, it's beginning to look like the facilities.
half of the facilities. Yeah.
So whether you call it facilities and it has a limited duration, it's still the facilities of two stations, right? So.
That's right. But if you add admin, it's essentially, because the solution to that is very likely to not be building. It's a whole other thing. It's a very different kind of animal. You're going to be looking at potentially rental property or purchasing another building or something like that.
But it's all going to be part of the mix of the discussion with the school board and with, it's, you can't separate the two is I guess my problem. So then, and you can't have the two committees talk to each other. So
what's the downside of creating a facilities committee? Is there any?
Oh, there isn't, except that it wouldn't be an ad hoc.
It wouldn't be an ad hoc, so
Right.
we could.
Would be a standing committee.
You would have to notice the meeting
Right.
and public could
I'm sorry.
attend.
Got it.
And minutes would be
again, it
required
doesn't-
and you have to record.
that's if you have an
Got it.
ongoing, one that's going to last forever. This is two special capital projects that we
Yeah.
already have in the budget as capital projects, and it's only two. So, but I don't think it's going to be efficient at all to have a separate committee for admin when it's absolutely, a part and parcel with Station 41.
So I guess my suggestion would be, why don't you make 41 an admin, one ad hoc, and make 45 the other?
This is Director Jex. Question. Spent a year on 41 in the school. And I think we finally came to the conclusion the school was not serious
Right.
about doing. Is there something that really has changed?
Hope springs eternal.
I think the composition of the school board changed.
New board.
Yeah, I don't think we should foreclose that because it seemed like a good idea at the time. And given the costs that we've encountered on 45, it really gives us a motivation to redouble our efforts to find a creative solution.
And if
it's a
they're-
very creative solution.
One of their issues was they wanted to have an admin building. Well, maybe we go rent a whole building and, they take half and we take half, because at the moment, people might not want to give us a long-term lease on a half a building, for example. So I think leaving that in the mix leaves us more opportunities. So can you have the same people in two committees?
You can, yes.
So that's sort of a difference without a distinction without a difference?
Well, again, we try, as you know, as a district to be very careful and thoughtful and conservative in our ensuring compliance in the Brown Act. And it may be a distinction without a difference, but the law allows for committees to have same membership.
Okay.
Okay.
So then I would propose, I haven't talked to my fellow committee member, but unless you guys, is there somebody else that wants to be one of these
I don't want to
committees?
learn architecture right now.
Okay.
What are we talking about right now?
What
You
we're
want to
gonna
be
have-
on the committee. You want to be on ad hoc committee. Yes.
On the existing committee
Or,
as,
well,
Well, yes.
Is somebody trying to get off of it?
No, but
We can't add a third member to the.
No, but it
committee.
appears we need to have two committees in the, we already have one that does 45. That's great. We need to have a 41 and admin committee, it sounds like.
That's right.
Great. I'm happy to be on that board if anybody, and I don't know whether Director Danziger would like to be on that one or not.
Yeah, I would do it as well. So.
And the question is,
Yep, that's fine.
does anybody, if anybody else wants to, we don't have to do it that way, but if nobody else wants to, then that'd be an easy solution.
Works.
Yeah, it seems to me that it makes the most sense to have two
'Cause
committees
we-
with the same members on the.
And we still get the updates. We still get.
And we
the
still get
updates.
the updates.
Right.
So,
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And-
Does our agenda item allow us to form a new committee?
No, we'll have to bring it back at the next meeting, but we wanted guidance on how you wanted to address it.
so should we move to public
But we-
comment then, or are we?
I was gonna say, we probably, I would think we would need to get a new contract with our architect who's back there and pivot, if we're gonna pivot, and leave it up to them to figure
Or at
that
least need
part
to have a
out.
consulting contract with them to figure out the brainstorming
Yeah.
things first and then maybe get into the details. But yeah.
Mhm.
So chief and council. So is it going to be reasonable that we either modify our existing contract or have a new contract that, because I think the first step we have to have is some more brainstorming, which I assume he wants to get at least paid for to sit around and tell us how silly we are. So that we can make some of these decisions along the way, but I'm not sure it's detailed analysis yet. But that should be on the agenda too, I guess, next time.
Yeah. I mean, I think the question, and I'm sure Mr. Kawasaki could help guide us on this, is, you've got two different issues, which is that Mr. Kawasaki is obviously the leading expert on the actual architecture and building of firehouses, but there is this sort of facilities planning aspect of this whole thing, and whether that requires us or suggests we should have some other additional person who is advising, not so much on the details of what it would cost in building, but, the different options we could consider is I think a question for the.
Well, in the conversations we've had so far on the committee, he's been especially creative and able to say, well, if you do that, here's the downside of that, or here's why it doesn't work, or here's why it might be interesting. So I think so far, I think my impression would be he has the knowledge that we need.
Sure. Okay, great. I just want to make sure.
You might want to have a comment
Providing
on
the
that.
service that we need. And obviously, I know the board also wants to do some cost containment here. If we're going to be saying that we're really focusing on 41 and not 45, that we consider try to scale back cost on the 45 side.
Right.
Yeah, I would think, sorry, since we're just talking about this, I would think we move our focus, if we're moving our focus to 41, we move our focus to 41, 45, nice, we can put stuff in a little book and put it away on the shelf for the next 2 or 3 years while we do, because I don't know what the time frame is, but 41 is going to take a little while.
Years.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like,
Other
talking
than
about
we-
building stuff on 45,
Yeah,
I think we got to get one done and then the other. And so,
But how does that work with our single role paramedic situation and housing?
For Station 45, sir?
Yep.
We're fine. We can staff the additional staff at 45 under the current configuration. It's not ideal, it's not the best, but it
works.
It's going to work. 41 is the bigger issue, especially with the bathroom, single showers. It's going to have to be a shared bathroom, shared shower facility. So the sooner we can deal with that issue, the better.
Okay. So we should definitely put all that have you guys think about it and come back next time, and hopefully having had some discussions with our fine architect to figure out what kind of contract modification we can make with him.
You have the consensus you needed to.
Yes, sir, I do. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
do we want public comment?
We will open public comment. We do want public comment. We do not have any public comment.
Do we need a motion or is?
We do not need a motion.
Okay.
Go to the next item, 10. 11, receive status update on recruitment of a new investment advisor and provide direction to staff.
Good evening, John Holtzman, District Council. So we are continuing to work through this kind of complicated issue. And I'm going to just explain a little bit of it, but I don't want to, given the hour, I don't want to spend too much time on it because we're not at the conclusion yet. So the current arrangement that we have is essentially a three-headed monster. It's we are in the PARS program for the investment of our 115 plan. The investment advisor, which comes with that, and PARS essentially insists on that being the advisor, is Public Financial Management, PFM. And then the trustee is US Bank. So that's the three-tiered structure. What we had in earlier discussions talked about, and it's still on the table as a possibility, is that PARS does allow us to do essentially what they call a self-directed approach. And that would mean that in our case, it wouldn't mean that the board was making the investment decisions itself. We would bring in a different financial investment advisor who could advise. And so that's an option that's still very much on the table in conversations with Director Jorgens, who's sort of been spearheading these conversations. We're going to explore one other option, which is given that we know that there are other, well, I should say we started exploring one other option, which was looking at going out of the PARS plan entirely and looking at other plans. And we've started doing some of that, but frankly, the other big plan is a PERS plan. And if you really want to go out of the frying pan and into the fire, that appears to be the best way to do that. The problem with the PERS plan is that they are more prescriptive. I know that will seem shocking to you, knowing PERS, that they're far more prescriptive. They have far less flexibility. So that obviously was a non-starter. So what we're going to do now is we're going back to US Bank, which is the trustee, and seeing if there are other plans, because we know that one of the investment advisors we have identified works with US Bank separately and not in the PARS program, whether we can identify another program that we can go into that would continue to use US Bank as a trustee, but not through PARS. So that's where we are right now. I apologize. It's been kind of a long process and longer than I think anybody probably wanted, but it's kind of where we are right now. And I'm hoping still that we can find a way through. As I say, the other option we identified, the self-directed option, is still on the table and still does work. The challenge with it to some extent is it may offer the district a little less protection in the sense that it is a self-directed approach, and therefore there's essentially, at least the concern is, there may be more responsibility and therefore more liability on the board. So that's we're looking for, frankly, an approach that obviates that concern. But either way, I think that could work too.
Okay, and so is it with US Bank contractually, and how we set up the trust, is it US Bank is the trustee? Does anything in our existing documents require us to stay with PARS, or does it allow us to change?
We can absolutely change. We can change to an entirely different approach with a different trustee, different investment advisor, and under a different banner. We haven't really identified, I mean, just to put it in context, CalPERS limits the equities to roughly 50% in their plan. We're way above that already in our current plan with PFM, and the concern on the part of the board was even that was too restrictive. So the trick is, can we find a plan that would give us the flexibility that we're looking for?
Okay, great. Thank you.
Public comment?
So public comment is open. We do not have any public comment. We move on to committee reports.
Nothing from the audit committee.
Joint fire prevention with City of Orinda.
So we had a good meeting on Monday with the city of Orinda. And, I don't know if there were any super highlights that came out of that, but we know it's been a good dialogue. I think they appreciate the updates. I think the new city manager and our new fire chief are working especially well together, even better together in general. And I think that there is a lot of cooperation. We're talking about maybe ways of even more coordination of our chipper program, for example, our communications programs. I think the city of Orinda is a lot more involved now, and the two council members are very involved, pretty doggone knowledgeable now, and so I think they understand that it's really important, and they're being active about it. I think they're spending more money, and they're being they're doing more of the mitigation work. So I think it's been a great meeting, and I'm looking forward to having the same thing happen in Moraga. Oh, speaking of which, that's something we need to put on the agenda for next time, is getting our two Moraga representatives.
Nothing to add. I think it's been a good process.
Station 45 project.
Well, I think we just discussed what we've been doing. We've had some productive meetings. I think since our last meeting, I think we had two Zoom meetings, I believe. And I think we reached the agreement that we should bring this item to us, which we just
did.
Had prior to this. So I think we'll see what happens from here.
Yep.
All right, we'll open public comment on the committees. We do not have any public comment, so we'll go to requests for items on future agendas.
This is Director Romer. I informally raised the subject and inspired by my ambulance ride along a couple of weeks ago that turned into, since we didn't have any ambulance calls on, a 4.5-hour session on water pressure, water volume, and the role of our hydrants and East Bay mud in supplying water on a regular basis, as well as in an emergency. I would like to consider having an agenda item, and I would suggest that we do it in September. Maybe no more than 15 or 20 minutes, but on the subject of the availability of water, not only on a regular basis, but in an emergency. I think that it was certainly informative to me, and I didn't learn enough. I need to learn more about that, and I think it would be helpful. I think some of these board members know more than I do, but I also think there's an interest on the public, given the problems that arose from. At least there were some allegations that in the Palisades and Eaton fires, there wasn't sufficient water pressure. I think, I've gotten some questions from members of the community about whether that should be a concern here. And that might be a good opportunity to allay some of the public's concerns about water pressure and water volume and the disparities, for example, between the flat central areas where the water tanks are all above us, as opposed to El Toyanal up in the areas where they need supplemental pumping in order to supply water pressure. That's all something that I think that ought to be a subject of public discussion.
And we, just as an aside, I think prior to you being on the board, I recall an agenda item. It was mostly with East Bay Mud. I think it was prior. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah,
probably not. So I think it's prior.
I wasn't on the board. I would suggest that East Bay Mud be.
Well, they were here and they talked all about hydrants and maintenance and flow. They did all that. So you probably can find that report and maybe attach it and see if there's any updates.
Well, if I'm the only one who's interested, then we can take it off the agenda. If there's other members of the board would find it interesting, and other members of the public, then, I'm looking 3 months down the road. So if it turns out that it's something that would take up too much time and not be of interest, I'm open to the idea of either canceling or rescheduling it. But it's something that I remain interested in and remain.
I guess my interest would, I was here for that. It was interesting. There are companies out there that, some of them were in the Palisades, for example, that, provide sprinkler systems for houses, exterior sprinkler systems. And it's something that I guess we require on new construction, as a matter of fact. So I guess I don't think the presentation we got a few years ago included any sort of impact of having people utilizing their sprinkler systems on the outside of their houses on the potential availability of water. So I think that's something that I would find interesting if we could sort of ask, think about how much flow or how many gallons a minute or whatever you want to think of it as, it would be required to support the houses that do have the sprinkler systems when there's a fire, and see if that, if it got really popular, or if there's a lot of new building, how that might impact the availability of water.
May I comment on this?
We will open public comment once they're done adding all of their.
So that was my only question on that one.
Another future agenda item, which we didn't really get into tonight at all, is the update on Zone Zero. So if we can, instead of just having it as a chief update, where you do your updates, maybe we can have it as whatever there is to report as an item, so we can have have a little bit of discussion on it and see where we're at whenever we have our next meeting.
Yep.
I know there was a new draft last week, and so I think the public is interested in that.
Yep.
And so we can just see where we're at, and I know some questions have come up, so we can get that on there.
And then we talked about the ad hoc committee. We had to have on, and what else did we talk about tonight?
And then we talked about
So one other one is we have Mr. Warnoff who's still here, who was talking about SB 79. I'm actually not really sure if it's in the scope of our discussions, but I did read about it. I mean, you could infer that that bill would impact our service, and maybe you can talk to district council, maybe the two of you can talk about it and see if it's appropriate to have that on the agenda for us to
If
have
we're
a
going to build
discussion
7-story buildings,
about
we
it.
don't have a.
And further, items like this come up other times, not only SB 79, it could be other bills. And what's the appropriateness of this board sitting here and, taking a stance on something, opposing or not opposing? I'm just not really sure. And so I would just like to hear, we can use 79 to have that discussion, or just overall discussion about a board like us getting into something that when I read 79, and there's a lot of, Mr. Warnoff presented a lot of legal terms, and I didn't understand it all, but when I just look at the actual bill, I don't think I ever saw the word fire or evacuations in there. Maybe I missed it, but, so I just don't know about the appropriateness of us getting into that area.
This is Director Romer. I think it is a good idea to add at some point, whether it's August or September, an agenda item. But I would say that I think it's important that we expand the scope of that agenda item, because it's not just SB 79. Right. There's all kinds of things that are happening in the legislature that potentially affect us, that have affected us since I've been on the board. And so I think we need to have an ongoing discussion about to what extent this board finds it in our interest and in the interest of our community on issues that are within the purview of the Fire Protection District that we want to be informed about before they're taken up for vote in the Senate or the Assembly or signed by the governor. And look at how much influence, look at the opportunities that we have to influence legislation before it costs us money.
And I would say we need to look at the appropriateness of wielding that influence.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that before the board kind of gets involved in sort of the legislative process, that that you get advice from folks who are there every day about where we should use our very limited influence, in that process. And I would also just say that, and I don't know very much about this bill, so I'm not speaking about the bill in particular, but that the whole discussion of housing versus fire is a big, broad topic. And I think it would be very important for the board to get informed about the parameters of that topic before weighing in a particular way. So that's just my take on it anyway.
But I think it's appropriate to have the conversation to educate the board as to what can.
What's out there.
I agree. I have a whole bunch of, for example, I think there has to, I mean, certainly there's a legal process for determining under what circumstances or what kind of bills the board or any corporation can take an official position on. However, as a member of the public, any one of the five of us can and probably should, if we make it very clear that we're speaking on our own behalf as a citizen, not as a member of the board, we can take positions on SB 79 or any other legislative bills that we think are going to affect our community. The city of Orinda obviously took a position on this one because they opposed it. I don't know what the procedure of that was. They must have agendized it, taken a vote. But often by the time that you give public notice, agendize it, take the vote, and then schedule a meeting with your legislature, 2 months are gone by and the bill's passed or not passed. So I think it would be helpful for me to have some guidelines as to what that process for officially taking a position on bills, even if it's just amending a couple of lines in the bill that affect us. And in what situations are we free, and how do we bend over backwards to make sure we distinguish our actions as individual citizens and not as members of, not representing either the board of directors, the fire district, or the firefighters themselves.
So, yeah.
And we also should talk about whether we need to have better information coming from Sacramento. So whether we need a lobbyist or whatever you call somebody that just transmits, that keeps you posted on what's going on. That should, I think, it's kind of all part of the same question to some extent, but there is a particular, in addition to this SB 79, there's another one that I think is potentially challenging the authority that we have to affect the state. So I would like an update on that and including a potential action item if we think that we should take action on either one of these. I think we should leave the flexibility in whatever we write up for the agenda so we can actually tell somebody if we want to write a letter, we can write a letter. But also we should add, do we want to think about hiring somebody or working with the city of Orinda or whatever to hire somebody to keep us informed of what's going on as a board? There was something else we're supposed to talk about. What else was on the agenda? That might have been it.
Ad hoc. I think that's it.
Oh, and so I don't know where the appropriate place to talk about this is, but can we talk about not having the July meeting?
Yeah. Proposal's been made to not have a meeting in July, to defer till August.
Or we can informally do it by people just not showing up.
Well, yeah, it sounded like just from an informal poll that at least 2 members of the board are actually not available for the July meeting. And it does raise the
Remote only. I would be available by remote, but not in person.
And I won't be available.
So the question for the rest of the board members is whether to cancel.
If one of the.
Well, we don't need to decide tonight, right?
You don't.
You could just cancel the meeting.
You can, that's right. Totally.
We can or can't.
You can. You don't have to cancel it tonight. It doesn't take a
vote.
A vote.
It doesn't?
No.
Cancel the meeting? Really?
You're
must
either
take a
sharing the meeting or you're not here.
I don't think so.
So how do you cancel the meeting then if you don't vote?
That's a good question.
Well, we often.
We're here, why don't we vote?
Okay, sure.
Cancel December.
Why not? Why not? I don't have a good answer to your question.
So I move that
Vote.
we, I don't think I have to move it or
Well,
whatever.
except there could be some items.
They said we have a special meeting. We could call it special meeting.
We could have if we need to, we can have a special meeting if you've got something that's critical. We can always do that. But the regular meeting, I would propose that we cancel for July.
Well, I don't know what our district clerk would do on the third Wednesday.
The 16th, I think it's the 16th of July.
Told me she's going to see a concert.
Just now, yeah.
All those in favor?
It's the 16th.
Okay,
That's fine.
everybody will think that's okay without making it
Okay.
formal or whatever, okay?
So that's a done deal?
No, you can't, excuse me, you can't do that. There was no agenda item to cancel the next meeting. And if you don't meet on July 16th, then it'll be too late in August to oppose SB 79. If you decide, I mean, let me be heard on these comments before.
Yeah, I think we
Okay.
should take, it's
It's not an agenda item.
not an agenda item, it's just
It's a
agenda.
consensus.
It's a scheduling item.
And do you want to open the?
We can have a special meeting about it.
We
That's
could, we want to open it to public comment on the request for a future.
On the future agenda items.
Okay,
Okay.
For the record, again, Nick Warrenoff. I urge you not to avoid focusing on SB 79 because there are larger issues. That's my first point. There is a deadline here. The SB 79 already passed the California Senate. The deciding vote, unfortunately, was cast by our own state senator, Tim Grayson, after he met with representatives from the city of Orinda, who at the meeting that Director Jorgens and Director Danziger attended, sat at that 2x2 meeting and praised him. And then he turned around and stabbed us in the back within a matter of days by voting for SB 79, which is tantamount to a bill of attainder or a death warrant for people in Orinda if there's ever a wildfire that requires evacuation. The way the legislature works is that its year is over on August 31. The committee process will likely be wound up by the end of July. So with all due respect, you need the July meeting. If you don't decide at a meeting in July to send a letter, you might as well wait till winter to do it, because the game for SB 79 will be over. Individual letters carry very little weight. This is a fire district. If a city can issue a letter, surely a fire district can issue a letter on something that directly affects fire response. The reason you don't see anything about fire in SB 79 is, as I explained in my letter, Senator Wiener from San Francisco very cleverly inserts in his bill a cross-reference to some other bill, and no one ever looks it up. But if you actually do a word search in SB 79, you will see the word fire. It has a huge impact on you folks, because if the population of Orinda increases by 30, 40, or 50 or 60%, which is what this bill potentially would do, and if all of that housing is concentrated downtown in high-rise buildings, you're going to need a lot more money. You're going to need to re-examine your development impact fees and a whole bunch of other things. So I sat here after I finished my presentation so that I could speak on this item and beg you beg you to send a letter as a fire district opposing this bill. It's like a death sentence issued by a court. You don't know when it's actually going to be executed. But as Chief Winiker used to say, it's not a matter of if, but when. So at least please put it on an agenda and discuss it. Thank you.
I have a quick question. Thanks, Nick. I'm looking at the California's legislative information bill history right now. It looks like the most recent entry was 2 days ago, June 16th, from committee with authors amendments, read second time and amended, re-referred to the Committee on H and CD. Do you know what the Committee on?
Yes, that's the committee. That's the Committee on Housing and Community Development.
Okay.
It isn't. They have not put it on an agenda for their consideration. I actually submitted a position paper earlier today to that committee, which is basically a word processing of the letter I gave you folks that I sent to Assembly Member Bauer-Cahan. So I put in a position paper and I focused it on, I basically covered the same points. The thing that was raised about the bigger issue of housing versus fire safety and all that, one of the oddest things about this bill, Orinda is basically the only place in the state that has a major transit stop in a very high fire hazard severity zone. I think there is one intersection on the west side of LA and maybe a couple of light rail transit stops in San Diego. I used artificial intelligence to try to figure this out. Changing the bill to ban its application, and I know I've run over, I'm just going to wrap it up very quickly. It's late. Changing the bill to make an actual prohibition so that it doesn't apply in very high fire hazard severity zones would have no material impact on the amount of housing that would be built.
So you could insert, it would take a one-line amendment.
Exactly.
To insert an exception for transit districts within whatever distance from a state designated high fire severity zone. The bill could still pass, but it wouldn't affect us.
Yes.
So that's what we should be focused on.
And that's what in my position letter today, I said you should ban all fire hazard severity zones, but at a minimum, very high fire hazard zones.
It seems like this is a solvable problem. I don't know that by agendizing this in July, taking a vote and taking a public position and writing a letter would be any more effective than individuals contacting the members of that committee and asking for an amendment.
There is, individuals don't have, individuals are all lumped together. If you look at the list of supporters, it says, and other individuals.
Right. So I have a solution then potentially. So why don't we just have a special meeting next week to talk about this? It could be a 20-minute meeting. And then not have to have the regular July meeting.
You could certainly do that.
Because it sounds to me like it might be too late if we have it on the 16th of July anyway.
Yeah, I think.
Well, this could be stuck in committee for another couple of months.
And no, it
can't be.
Oh, because August
Legislature has to-
31st is the deadline.
And they spend the last few weeks twisting each other arms and.
I just want to say this. I think what we agendized was talking about the appropriateness, and this particular bill feels like at this point in time, it's an individual item and not a district item. The district has not discussed whether we are even in a position to take a position on bills or items. And I would not feel comfortable, at least on that, until we've had the chance to hear from our council on the appropriateness of that, because we have not done that as a district before.
Oh, no, we've written letters before.
To Sacramento.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think there's I mean,
I mean, the simple example
any
I can
public
think of.
agency has the ability to.
We have fire equipment to put out a fire in a 9-story building.
The policy, these are policy issues, of course. So I'm sitting here kind of helplessly because these are policy issues, not legal issues. However, I would say this, and you could take a position on, I mean, San Francisco Board of Supervisors takes positions on, whether, trade with Mongolia is appropriate. So, I mean, clearly you can as a matter of First Amendment, et cetera. The question, though, this is a very, very big question. I mean, Chief Winokur, for example, takes the position that fire-hardened construction actually prevents wildfire and is actually good in preventing wildfires. This is a very big policy question. I'm not weighing in because I don't purport to be an expert on the policy issues. But my point is that, number one. Number two, you don't have a planning agency. You're not a city. We are a fire district, and this is somewhat far afield unless the board is of the view that construction in high fire severity zones is bad, which has not been the board's position historically.
Back to the two bills that are out there, one that takes away our ability to change the state fire code. If you combine that with this, and now you're going to build a high-rise building and it doesn't meet the fire codes, then we have a problem.
Then you have a problem for sure.
Right. And it sounds to me like we need to have an input on both of those bills soon, especially if the time clock is going to happen in the next, month or two, and the 16th of July is actually quite a ways away. So I would propose that we find out what's up with those two bills in the next week-ish and try to figure out if we can have a special
Can
meeting,
you lean a little closer?
have a special meeting next week to decide if we want to, have an opinion. And I'm not so worried about, I don't think it's our question personally about maybe the amount of housing, but if it's housing that's high-rise housing and we don't have any equipment that can put out a high-rise fire because we don't have any other high-rises available. I think the tallest building in the district is 4 stories, as I remember. If you put a 9-story or a whole bunch of 9-story buildings in that don't meet the appropriate, our definition of what appropriately hardened homes would be, that seems like a problem.
And does the bill comment on whether these buildings are hardened or not? I don't know.
This one doesn't, but the other one does. But this one does definitely let you put in, I don't know, was it 75-foot buildings? So it's 7.5 stories.
Yes, plus the height limit can be exceeded under the density bonus law.
By 2 stories.
Which is routinely done, even if you look at Lafayette. Every project today invokes the density bonus law, and the density bonus law requires a city to allow a developer to build higher if that's what the developer wants.
But I did all that, and the answer is that it's 7 stories. So, but I don't know of any 7-story buildings in Lafayette for that matter either. But that's what the bill absolutely allows them, people to do in Orinda without Orinda having anything to say about it, or us.
We do have additional public comment.
Okay.
If I just make one more comment, the issue is more than the fire safety of the particular building, whether it's hardened. The issue is whether there's also an issue of fire response due to congestion. It's a very Orinda specific bill. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
So we have one hand raised, Vince Wells.
Vince.
There you go. Hi, Vince.
Hello, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay. So, hey, I just wanted to kind of chime in on this. The bill, well, 2 things. One, and 2 of my other hats. I sit on the Seismic Safety Commission. I'm appointed by the governor I'm a commissioner on the Seismic Safety Commission. We're doing a study on the on the impact of earthquakes and major fires on water systems. And so I sit on an ad hoc committee that's working toward putting out surveys and going through the various communities to try to, find out situations like that would happen in LA. And so there's going to be this major survey that's going out to all fire agencies in the county. So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up that I am a person that you can talk to about that. And then on this Senate bill, I also sit on the California Professional Firefighters Board as the 4th district. So I represent all the 9 Bay Area counties. So I would like to talk to somebody specifically because we do, obviously, on that, the CPF, California Professional Firefighters, were the legislative body of firefighters. And if there's something specific that I could talk to somebody about what the concerns are with that bill, please, I just want to connect myself as a point of contact because I sit on the firefighters legislative body, and we can certainly, advocate, and I have, good relationships with Rebecca and all the legislative folks in the county. So if there's some things that have been missed or overlooked, or that you guys feel that we could provide some input on, I wasn't aware of all these concerns. So I just wanted to reach out to say, hey, I'll talk to whoever you can so that when we have our executive board meeting, because we do provide the input to the legislation on issues that impact issues that you guys are bringing up right now. And I wasn't aware of this level of concern. So I just wanted to put myself out there as whoever a point of contact is from your board or anybody that I can, express those concerns. I'd be happy to do that in my role as
This is Director Roma. I really appreciate your comments and your offer. I'm guessing that it's possible that Captain Arola has your cell phone number and that Nick and Captain Arola could exchange numbers.
Yeah, whoever it is that's an expert on that, I just want to be able to, because like I said, I'll sit on the board, and as we push legislation or we oppose it or we ask for amendments, we do have a voice in that community.
The fighters, all unions are very, very influential in Sacramento. So, there are times when the board and the union, it does not see eye to eye, but there's going to be plenty of opportunities where we can join forces and be allies. And I think we ought to seize the opportunity whenever that's possible.
Eloquent solution.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just so you know,
That's great.
Yeah,
I have
thank
a
you.
seat at the table, and if somebody wants to reach out to me and get me more educated on it, I will certainly be willing to push out these concerns.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank
And
you.
I think it's,
Is it time to,
There's just one
Depart.
thing. Is there anybody else?
so do we,
We do not have any more public comment.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
The time is 11:06. Director Jex,
Aye.
Organs,
aye.
Romer,
Aye.
Hessler,
Aye.
and Danziger.
Aye.
Okay.